mpisa bubi nnyo. Kati awo ndi nkola mu hoteri. Kati nze nakomekereza ne ngamba nga bwe byampisa bubi e Saudi Arabia sijja kuddayo.
Ronnie Mukundane, the spokesperson of the Uganda Association of External Recruitment Agencies, underscores the fact that any individual who wishes to start a labor recruitment agency, one needs a license among other things, but on top of that, one has to be Ugandan.
There is a regulation. That regulation is what I have here, which is the employment, recruitment of Ugandan migrant workers, regulations 2021. This was gazetted in 2021, of course, but previously we had the one which was 2005, more or less the same title, but 2005. This specifically talks about a company or an individual who wishes to form a company and they start externalizing labor. It mentions, for example, this amended one, talks of that individual to have been a Ugandan. You must be a Ugandan to be able to start a company, but also to be able to get a license to externalize labor. You understand that the constitution here allows people to do different businesses. You may not necessarily be Ugandan to do any other business, but for this particular business or this to be a part of this sector, it must be 100% Ugandan. Number two, it also puts what we call bank guarantee, or sometimes known as security. You are required to have 100 million as bank guarantee. This is money that you pass on to the government to be able to get a license. This is money that is used sometimes should you fail to perform your duties. And, for example, when you have externalized someone and then you have not helped that person, if it requires maybe coming back and all that. Sometimes also if a company or an individual who has been licensed has gotten money to externalize a person and they have not done that duty. So it is part of this money that the government touches to be able to reimburse. That is not all. The regulation also is specific on some individuals or some proprietors of other businesses. For example, you know of tour and travel. If you are a director or have shares in a tour and travel agency, or itself a tour and travel agency, not eligible to get a license of labor externalization. We believe that the drafters of this regulation must have thought that you're already in the business in a way of facilitating people from one place to another. So the chances of you trafficking would be higher. That's our assumption, but what we know is once you have any links with the tour and travel, you are not eligible to get a license. Of course, plus so many other things which include you must have a clean record in terms of you must not be a criminal anyway, and you get that through the Interpol. You must be given, or you must possess a certificate of good conduct, which is normally known as the Interpol letter, for you to be able to get a license. But also, you must be a citizen who pays taxes. So you must have a certificate, a tax clearance certificate, to be able to get the license.
Under a bilateral labor agreement between Uganda and Saudi Arabia, Ugandans have been able to travel to work and earn a living. However, issues arise with recruitment agencies that exploit domestic workers, charging exorbitant fees and earning substantial commissions at the expense of workers' earnings. Many workers find themselves trapped in indefinite contracts, unpaid, and sold to other employers without consent. The recruitment process itself raises questions about transparency and fairness.
If your intention is to go and work abroad, you must travel through a licensed recruitment company. It's advised that you go through a licensed recruitment company. Why? Because then the government is aware of where you've gone. Should you have any difficulty, the government will be able to offer you assistance because you'll have cleared you. But that doesn't mean that whoever has to go to work abroad has to go through a licensed company. You can also go to work as an individual. However, you must source, when you source the job, you must be cleared by the government. The difference is that what we normally say is that people go, for example, to Dubai, someone gives them a deal. You know, you come, maybe you have a sister there or a brother who's doing well, then They say, you come, Dubai things, you get a job, that's a perception. Then they tell you go through the airport, maybe as a tourist, you come, then you go. Now that way the government does not know you. Besides, even if you traveled there and then maybe they go through immigrations, they will see that Gloria traveled to Dubai, but you traveled as a tourist or as a visitor. Now, Minister of Gender, Uwera, and the other stakeholders who relate to labor may not and cannot be answerable for your case. So it's advisable that even when you have gotten the job as an individual, once you have done your interviews, you've received your appointment letter from, say, Coca-Cola in America, you come to the Ministry of Gender through the system. You must be able to be cleared as an individual. You can also go to work. Now, number 2 is that for one to go to work abroad, you must make sure that you have a contract of employment. Because if you're leaving this country and going to work as a chef, for example in Saudi Arabia, you must have signed that contract. You must sign it here, showing that you're going to work as a chef. Your salary is this much, basically plus the other terms. And this contract, of course, is always approved by the ministry.
Limited livelihood opportunities within Uganda act as push factors for unskilled young people, leading them to pursue irregular channels of migration to the Middle East. Alarming police reports indicate an increase in human trafficking cases, with hundreds of victims identified each year. Journalist Nixon Segawa advises that using registered labor recruitment agencies is a safer option for those seeking overseas employment.
We all need to advocate for safe labor migration. I know there are a number of challenges that these recruitment companies are having, but that doesn't mean that we should stop going through that right channel and then opt for friends. There are a number of challenges that migrant workers face when they go out there. Some of them are not paid. They are promised high pay and they are never paid whatever money they are being told they are to be paid. Some of them are facing issues of harassment. Some of them are always being assaulted. We should also not forget that some people even die in the foreign country. But look, if at all you've got issues and it's a friend who took you and now you lost contact with a friend, how will you be helped? The number of videos that we see from our brothers and sisters that they are always crying out for help, help, help. When you dig deeper, you most of the time find out that they either went through friends who now abandoned them in the foreign country. Others went through recruitment companies. Others, when they went through recruitment companies, they escaped from wherever they were supposed to work. And that is a big case in Saudi. It's called runaway. As long as you are recorded as a runaway, you'll find a hard time. But look, as human rights defenders, when we really come in to help, the best way we can come in to help is if we have someone to pin. If you went through a company and this company is not doing whatever it's supposed to do to protect you, we at least run to that company and pressurize the company. There are some company people that are still in Rosira. They were arrested. So just because there is an accountability. So the ministry has put up these registered companies and licensed companies so that they can account. So as you are thinking of traveling through an unsafe way, through a friend who has connected you to a friend and a friend, rethink that in case the worst comes to worst, what is the fallback position? Who can I pin? Who can I now pressurize to help my brother or my sister come back?
In response to forgeries, abuses, trafficking and extortion, the Ugandan government suspended several labor recruitment agencies in June 2021. However, Ronnie Mukundani, spokesperson of the Uganda Association of External Recruitment Agencies, points out additional challenges faced by these agencies.
At the company level, of course, there are challenges. For example, the government of Uganda has only signed, as I said earlier, only one bilateral labor agreement with Saudi Arabia. But we also understand there are so many Ugandans in all these countries. Like in Oman, over 100,000 Ugandans there. And all these have traveled illegally because they were never cleared. We talked of Dubai earlier, which is the country as UAE. I gave you a scenario of last year where people were, being, So, and we realized all these people had traveled illegally, but they had gone to work. We have Ugandans in Bahrain, in Qatar, and in all those places, even South Africa, wherever. Now, and the job of our people is to source and place Ugandans abroad for employment. The limitation of it only being one destination that has been cleared by the government of Uganda, that alone is a challenge. Because you'd wish, for example, if you can't sit here, go sit there or go here. That would be the ideal situation. And when it comes to labor, you'd wish that if, for example, there are, say, visa challenges with Saudi Arabia, but you have Ugandans here who want to go and work, and there's a framework with, for example, Qatar, you'd wish and say, let me take them to Qatar, let me take them to Oman, let me take them. That would be the ideal way. So that is one of the biggest challenges. Leave alone the others. Of course, there are other challenges, but that is the biggest. The narrowness of the market or the destination countries in this particular case.
Youth unemployment remains a significant concern in Uganda, with approximately 41% of individuals aged 18 to 30, representing 3.9 million people, not engaged in any productive activity, according to the Ugandan National Labour Force Survey 2022. This high unemployment rate has driven even the elderly to seek employment opportunities far away from home, but this has led to so many undesirable stories that have left many wondering whether working in the Middle East is such a risk to take.
Good morning, everyone. For everyone who has joined us while the video was playing, thank you so much for joining us at the second CLE training for the FIDA Uganda Leadership Academy for 2024. We are very pleased to have you today joining us. So our topic for today, as we have seen in the video, that we'll be discussing and learning more about today, is labour migration, preventing and addressing violence against Ugandan migrant workers in the Middle East. My name is Lenita Toy, and I'm the Research and Fundraising Manager at FIDA Uganda. I also manage the FIDA Uganda Leadership Academy. So kindly note that it is a requirement of the Law Council for all participants who wish to earn CLE points and through their attendance in this training to please complete the pre- and post-training surveys. And we have kept it as brief as possible, so it will only take a few minutes of your time. You can find the pre-training survey by looking at the pinned messages in the chat to this training. So if you'll see that there are two pinned messages from me, and you can follow that link to complete the pre-training survey, and it will really just take you 4 or 5 minutes. As our participants complete the pre-training survey, I would like to take an opportunity to introduce you to our FIDA Uganda Leadership Academy team, who's responsible for bringing you CLE trainings as well as other initiatives such as our coffee series episodes and the FIDA Uganda mentorship program. So Trevor, if you can show the members who are present here at the Secretariat today. Starting on our far left, we have Alice Blackridge. Alice has recently joined our team as a fundraising and membership volunteer, and I'm sure that most of our members and those who are interested in Leadership Academy activities have interacted with her and will definitely interact with her in future. Along with Alice, we also have Anna Schwaller. And so Anna is a volunteer through the Irene Swiss program, and she's with FIDA Uganda for 1 year. She's currently working as a program officer and researcher under the Leadership Academy. And then the third member of our Leadership Academy team, and this one is truly indispensable for all that we do for our virtual trainings, is Trevor Kizitu, who is our IT officer. And yeah, so just for all of you joining us now, you know the Leadership Academy team. And so once again, if you have not yet completed the pre-training survey, I strongly encourage you to do it now. And you can find the pre-training survey in the chat, and it is a pinned link, so please do that before we officially start. And so as mentioned, today's training is the second for our 2024 CLE training series under the FIDA Uganda Leadership Academy. We rolled out the first CLE training series in July 2023 and presented 8 trainings over the course of the year. FIDA Uganda is a professional membership organization and is charged with the responsibility to promote the professional development of female lawyers through training, mentorship, capacity building, and creating networking opportunities and convening policy advisory spaces to enhance access to justice and women's empowerment. In pursuit of this responsibility, FIDA Uganda launched its Leadership Academy in 2022. This academy draws on the organization's 50 years of existence and leverages on membership's wealth of experience from the diverse positions that they occupy to propagate knowledge and best practices among female lawyers in Uganda. FIDA Uganda, through our Leadership Academy, is accredited by the Uganda Law Council as a provider of continuing legal education and offers CLE courses to train legal practitioners on gender-responsive legal aid, service provision, feminist lawyering, and the application of regional and international instruments to advance gender-responsive litigation. All our CLE courses are led by experts in their respective fields, including accomplished attorneys, legal scholars, and industry specialists. Today's CLE training is no exception. Our training will be led by Dr. Zahara Nampewo. Dr. Nampewo is a lawyer and human rights practitioner with over 20 years' experience in the private, public, and non-profit sectors. She has been with the School of Law at Makerere University since 2006 and is currently a senior lecturer and the acting deputy principal of the School of Law. Dr. Nampewo's areas of interest and expertise include human rights, health justice, gender and transitional justice. She teaches and practices health law, international humanitarian law, human rights, and gender law. Dr. Nampewo is a board member of the African Legal Think Tank on Women's Rights, which is an African continental legal institute that provides technical expertise and advocacy on women's rights. Prior to joining Makerere University, Dr. Nampewo served as program coordinator of the Access to Justice program of FIDA in Uganda and as a gender justice specialist with UN Women in Liberia. Dr. Nampewo has published extensively on the topic of human rights violations in the context of labour migration. We have selected this issue of labour migration as a CLE training topic because we know that thousands of Ugandan labour migrants continue to move to the Gulf and Middle East regions to pursue both high and low-skilled work opportunities, despite the well-publicized reports of abusive practices, discrimination in wages, poor and dangerous working conditions, and lack of access to social protection. We also know that there is an undeniable gender dimension to labour migration, since women primarily pursue the low-skilled opportunities such as domestic services, which isolates them from the outside world and brings them particularly vulnerable to violence. Dr. Nampewo has assessed and studied the laws and structures for the protection of young women from violence while working abroad. She has developed key recommendations for strengthening the legal framework in this regard and is very well placed to lead a training that equips lawyers with practical knowledge on how they can be instrumental in addressing and preventing violence against female migrant workers in the Middle East, both through advocacy initiatives and their own legal practice. So Dr. Nampewo, we are truly privileged to have you today, and thank you for agreeing to be with us and clear some time from your schedule to come and teach and equip us on this very, very important topic. And so we look forward to what we will learn for you today.
Okay, thank you very much, FIDA Uganda, for having me here this morning. Good morning, colleagues. It's an honor for me to be here. Actually, it's an honor for me to be home. I feel like I'm home, so it's really a pleasure for me to be talking to women and other persons who are similarly inspired to work for women's rights. Thank you also FIDA, for this topic, because I think it is really timely. It is something that is not just reflective of the individual struggles of these women and girls who are struggling to leave the country, but it's also reflective of so many other socioeconomic conditions in the country that are forcing people to leave their homes, not by choice, but to go and seek employment elsewhere. So this morning, and I think a bit of the afternoon, we shall be looking at labor migration. I've been asked to look at preventing and addressing violence against Ugandan migrant workers in the Middle East, with a special emphasis on violence against women. I will share a PowerPoint. Let us allow for it to be set up. If you can just give me a minute or so, and then we can start our session.
And this is a good minute to complete the pre-training survey if you have not yet done it. So please make sure that you have completed the survey as we start the training.
Okay. To log in. Okay, colleagues, we can start now. So for today's program, we have 3 sessions. And the earlier program shared to you indicated that we'll be looking at the international and national legal framework regulating labor migration. Another session focusing on violence against Ugandan migrant workers, and then we'd have group work. I envisage that we'll discuss the first session in the morning, and then we can get into the second session and have a group work session in the afternoon. Now, I have adjusted the topic a bit and called it Labor Migration Trends, Practices, and Legal Regulation. And here we shall be looking at what the patterns are, what the information is that is coming out of labor migration, and then the legal regulation. Of course, as lawyers, we need to know what the relevant law is. And then we shall be, in the next session, be looking at now the violence against the migrant workers. What is violence against women? What is the data showing? What is some of that empirical evidence that is coming out of the discussion? And then we shall have the group work. And then in between, Lynette will be moderating us with the breaks, so I'm going to rely on FIDA to help us with the timekeeping. Now, where are we getting this information from? So, as Lynette mentioned, I've done some research and some work generally on migration. I have done a study on migration for the European Union, where we focused on a gendered lens on movement within Uganda and between Uganda and the Gulf countries in 2022, which involved us, it was a team that I led at Mackay University, interviewing returnees, both men and women, to understand the gendered issues of migration to the Gulf countries. So we're focusing at the Gulf countries because this is where the majority of our migrants are going for work. I've also developed a handbook on human rights and migration for the Uganda Human Rights Commission. So that is part of the work that I've been involved in this area. But I've also done academic research and publication. I wrote a book chapter on sex trafficking as a form of gender-based violence against women, lessons from South Africa. And then the reality of those who have returned is different. Middle East to aspire as a life's goal to go and dedicate 30 years of their youth to working in the Middle East. Uganda has one of the youngest populations in the world, the second largest population of young people, with nearly 75% of the entire population below the age of 35, 75% below the age of 35. And the median age for Uganda is 15.9 years. These are young people, they are aspiring for a better life, they are brewing with ambition and a desire to enjoy a better life. There are many push-pull factors that are encouraging or motivating young people to go and work there. The pull factors, these are positive attributes perceived to exist in the other location where we are looking at, where the grass is greener, such as better living conditions, education, better health care, perhaps professional opportunities, more religious and political freedoms. They can also be traced to an excess demand for labor, which is the case in the Middle East, where there is a demand for labor, and therefore that is a pull factor for many of our young people, and also not very young people. But also the push factors. These arise when there are many negative conditions back home which impel the decision to migrate. They are generally traceable to excess supply of labor at home, manifested in low wages and high unemployment, okay? So they include, for instance, conditions that have contributed to this high unemployment, conditions of famine, of war. There are also other contributory conditions of political fear or persecution, poor medical care, and natural disasters, where you find that because of floods, people lose their homes, they come to the urban centers, there's nothing for them to do, and the next thing they do is to be pushed outside, so they are impelled to migrate. Now, in our case in Uganda, we have limited employment opportunities. The 2019-2020 Uganda National Household Survey by the Uganda National Bureau of Statistics estimates that the national unemployment rate That is, those who are actively looking for employment but have not found any at 9%. And that is quite a big number. So, inevitably about 700,000 young people reach working age every year. 700,000 coming from, tertiary institutions, coming from universities. But the economy is only creating 75,000 new jobs annually. 700,000 young people are reaching working age every year, but only 75,000 new jobs are created annually. Here I'm focusing on the agro-processing sector, employment sector in Uganda. So I'm sure you have seen that many small shops and boutiques along the highways, along our main roads, hair salons, shops selling cheap, imported clothes, second-hand clothes, mobile phone accessories. These are mostly our university graduates. These are mostly tertiary institution graduates, who are trying to make a living. This is hidden unemployment. When someone sets up a small shop selling hair accessories, this is not really employment, but this is hidden unemployment. You find a lot of people are doing emceeing work. We are doing some kind of, imitated farming. Lawyers are selling hair pieces. They are also MCs. We've had these things where people are really juggling. So there is a very high rate of unemployment coupled with high levels of poverty. Approximately 41% of the population is said to live on less than $1.9 a day, less than $2. That is 7,000 Uganda shillings or 6,000. So 41% is living on about 5,000 shillings a day. So high levels of poverty. And then, of course, we have no minimum wage still as a country. So even for those that manage, the 75,000 who manage to get into employment are not even guaranteed a minimum wage. Then in the Gulf countries where many of our young people are going, there is a better rate of pay, okay? For example, how much do we pay our domestic workers in Uganda? We are paying between 50,000 to 100,000, which is about $27 US. In the Gulf countries, they are paying them, about 1 million shillings per month, which is about $300 US. So of course, everyone would aspire to be able to get this better pay. So as a result, over the past decade, Uganda has experienced an influx of aspiring workers leaving the country in pursuit of opportunities in the Gulf countries. Setting the context, I'd also like to define some terms that we shall keep making mention of. The word migrant. Migrant. Who is a migrant? A person who moves across an international border. Okay? Movement across an international border or within a state, away from his or her home state to live in another for a long term. Okay? For a long period of time. That is a migrant. A person who moves across an international border for purposes or with the intention of staying for a long term. Now, we have also the regular and irregular migrants. And I think the video that we're watching before was distinguishing these. The regular migrants are those who are going with the proper documentation. They go through the proper channels, they are applying, they get a visa, okay, they get the proper paperwork. But we also have the irregular migrants. These are persons who enter a country without processing all the relevant documentation in line with the law and in line with the immigration requirements of that country. Or if they enter that country with the proper documentation, they overstay the period of their visa or the period of their documentation. So they become an irregular migrant, they become an undocumented migrant. Those are terms that we may be coming across often in this session. We also have the internal versus external migration. I wanted to point this out because I think that it's important for us to understand. We have those people who migrate externally outside the country, but then we also have those who are moving within the country. We've seen a lot of the children and mothers on the street, the Karimajong mothers. That is internal migration, where people are moving within the borders of a country, but we also have the external migration, which includes the movement across an international border. I have put on that page a table indicating movement that we have seen in Uganda over the last 5 years. I've captured 2016 to 2020. Just take a moment and study that table. Where are we going? These are mostly countries in the Middle East. It's information that has been provided by the Ministry of Gender, and these are the documented migrants, people who have processed the visas, the travel and work permits from within the country. You can see that the biggest importer of our workers is Saudi Arabia, 31,980 from 2016 to 2020. Then we have Dubai, United Arab Emirates, 16,009. That is followed by Jordan. Then we have Iraq. And then we have some of the other ones who are taking the smaller numbers. Some are going to Qatar, is also quite significant. Afghanistan is not so much. Big numbers, mostly of young people that are going to the Gulf states. Colleagues, I would like to know if we are together. As I mentioned earlier, this is interactive. Does anyone have an opinion about this table or anything that comes to mind, something you want to share that came to you as I was speaking? Anything? Okay, silence means let's go on. In class, when there is silence, the students have either understood everything or they are totally lost. But I hope that it is the former, that we are still together. Now, who is traveling for work? Yes, we have seen the data, we've seen the statistics. Who is traveling for work? Colleagues, the majority of persons going to the Middle East for work are women. 51%, of course, of Uganda's population are women. Women make up 51%. We compose the biggest percentage of the population. But I'd also like to emphasize a few things. We make up the biggest part of the population, but also the biggest percentage of the poorest of Ugandans. And this is according to the National Population Report of 2020. The majority of those traveling are women, and the numbers are growing. What we refer to as the phenomenon of feminization of Ugandan migration, that the face of Ugandan migration is female. It is a female face. There is an increase in the number of women moving, and they are moving as independent migrants. Okay? Some things that I'd like to emphasize which speak to this, the Gender Development Index, when we are looking at the gender, which we call the GDI, the Gender Development Index value of Uganda, which reflects human development in Uganda. The GDI reflects human development in favor of males. Males are doing better in terms of, poverty elimination, standard of living, healthcare. It is reported that the average income of male-headed households, which is at 243 per month, 243, okay, which is about $67 US. That is the average income of male-headed households, is much higher, and yet it is low. It is much higher than it is for female-headed households at 176. Again, I have put some statistics of international female migration. In the former table, we looked at how many are migrating, and we didn't distinguish by gender. In 2010, 50.9% of international migrants were female. 2015, 51.1, 2019, 50. I encourage you to look at more recent statistics. I am sure the number is bigger. Perhaps we are in 52, 53. And those decimals are actually quite big. They're substantive. Every time you're looking at the papers, you're looking at the airport, who is going, it's young women. It is young women who are going. Of course, it is easier to see the young women because they are encouraged to move in groups for security, for confidence. Young men normally move in groups of 2s and 3s, so as not to attract attention to themselves. But the women, more numbers of women are moving to the Middle East. I also have another table to share. Okay, that's a table that shows externalized migrant workers by sex. If you look at the numbers, 2016, male, female, 2017, 2018. In 2016, the males were more. 2017, the females are already more, they are catching up. 2018, we have more than doubled. 2019, we have more than doubled. 2020 was low, it was a COVID year. If you remember, many of the migrant workers were returned. But I believe that in these years of recovery, the numbers have since gone up. So, more women are traveling for work. This is also reflected in the growth of labor externalization companies. I have indicated some statistics there. As of August 2021, the labor externalization industry grew to 216 private licensed recruitment agencies. Look at the increase. 2018, there were 105. 2019, 166. 2020, 198. 2021, we are looking at 216, and I'm sure the number is more now. What does that mean? Because they are all in here because they are looking for business. They are every worker that goes through their company, they attract a commission. So of course the numbers are growing. The number of companies are growing because this is attractive. There is money to be made here, and therefore also the numbers of migrants are growing. But why are we focusing on women? Okay, we've all heard the stories. This is not a new topic, and I really, once again, I would like to thank FIDA, for prompting this topic as part of CLE on labor migration. The stories are so many, and some of them are really bad stories. And of course, there are other contributory factors which are pushing women to migrate, not only the education and the high unemployment. And I think we have this information, we have these statistics, how many girls drop out of school. Even with the UPE, even with the USE, the retention rate of girls is very minimal. How many Ugandan women are enrolling in secondary education? They keep dropping off. The national statistics puts male literacy higher at 81% than females at 72%. So even in terms of persons who are going to the Middle East and the kind of work which is attracted in the Middle East, Saudi Arabia signed an MOU with the government of Uganda to provide 1 million domestic workers. Now, if we are looking at a literacy rate of 72% compared to the males, who is going to do this domestic work? Okay? It is going to be women, less educated, less employment opportunities, less access to information, less confidence to participate in the formal employment. And then, of course, there are all these other barriers that women are faced with, which we shall not focus on today, okay? Poor access to land. So if somebody wants capital to start a business, women have less access to land. Women have less access to finance and capital. Women have less access to technology. So if you're putting the men and the women together, the women stand less, the men are better off. Thus explaining the factor who is traveling, and why are they traveling? Who is traveling and why are they traveling? Now, of course, this conversation cannot be complete without focusing on the relevance of gender to migration, okay? Gender is a way of life, is the way society constructs or perceives roles responsibilities, rights of men and women in society. It is the way that time is allocated, land is allocated, resources, education is allocated, and how therefore men and women end up relating to each other because of this construction. You know, the roles, women do the domestic work, women have the less education, women have the less information, men have the more information. And how do men and women respond and relate to each other? So this is gender. How does society construct migration? How have we come to understand and look at migration? And gender, of course, differs from sex. Because gender does not only refer to men or women, it's not about the biology, you know, the biological attributes are lot, okay, that men are going because they are men, because they have beards and perhaps maybe physically their attributes, they are perhaps stronger. If they are stronger, then they should be the ones who would be going to do the domestic work because it's quite taxing. But gender is socially constructed. It changes, it is dynamic, it can change with geography, it can change with time, it can change with culture, it can change with age, it can change with faith. Okay, in certain cultures, men do the building of the houses. In other cultures, it is the women that do that. So these roles, these responsibilities are constructed on gender lines, not biological. How men and women relate to each other. And they vary from culture, to geography, to economic circumstances. There are things that a woman who has been reached by FIDA and is empowered will or will not be able to do, or she'll be able to bargain. She's more empowered, she has the leverage in the home vis-a-vis a woman who has not been impacted by the empowering messages of FIDA. Okay? So gender is dynamic, gender changes, whereas the sex doesn't. Therefore, gender is a crucial variable. Gender is a crucial variable when we are investigating a policy area like migration. Why? Because we need to understand the experiences of men and women. Okay? We need to understand the experiences of men and women during migration in order for us, therefore, to understand violence against migrant workers and, in particular, violence against women. Because this is an issue of gender. It's a variable when we are investigating migration, because we are looking at experiences for men and women. They differ according to societal perceptions, because even in the Middle East, there are gender dynamics of how men are taken and how women are taken, the roles perceived for men and the roles perceived for women. For a long time, there has been a misconception under labor migration that men migrate for work, while women, on the other hand, migrate for marriage. That's important to note. As we are talking about labor migration, that misconception has been there for a long time. That is why now we are talking about feminization of migration, because that has changed. Previously, it was mostly the men migrating. They would migrate to work. You find a man has gone to join an agency, and then the women migrate to join their husbands or to join their fathers. Okay? Therefore, previously, we used to see the perception that women migrants were passive, okay? They were passive, they were moving as social or economic dependents. They were accompaniments, they were accompanying dependents. They were accompanying as wives or daughters. And because of this, they were fulfilling that gender construction that they were fulfilling a family role, okay? They played the family role rather than a market role. They accompanied to stay in the home and support the man who had gone to work.
No, I can look for you on that phone, on the laptop.
Okay, they were playing a family role rather than a market role. They were in a secondary role to the men, which created a sexist bias. So they were not the primary movers, they were perceived as the secondary movers. Okay? This representation of migration by gender reflects the traditional gender roles and the stereotypical expectation, okay, that men were the producers and women were reproducers. Men work in the formal, they produce, they earn a wage. Women work in the private, men work in the public, men earn incomes, women remain in the private sphere even when they migrate, and they're there as supportive partners, as homemakers. That is the traditional gender roles that we used to see of migration. But as I mentioned earlier, now with feminization of Ugandan migration, we are seeing more women are migrating to the Middle East for work than men. And colleagues, this has implications for violence against women. When a woman takes a decision because things are not working out in the home, if it's not a joint decision where the husband and wife agree that, you know what, perhaps we need to find you work somewhere, and then they start processing the papers. If it is a sole decision by a woman that, you know, things are not working out, you're out of work as my husband, perhaps we need to see if I can go to the Middle East. There are more opportunities for domestic work, and therefore I can go and work there and support the family and send some money back to you as the husband. There are decisions there, there are implications for violence. But anyway, the point to emphasize is that more women are migrating to the Middle East for work than men. Changing times, changing dynamics, gender roles, okay? Now let us focus on the legal and policy framework on migration. The legal and policy framework on migration. There are several instruments that regulate migration at international level, at regional level, and also at national level. We also have our statutes as well as policy framework. At international level, dear colleagues, council, if you are advising, you need to know this background. You need to know where to look. If someone comes to you, their rights have been violated, where do you look to see the starting point for seeking remedies? The key international instrument on migration is the International Convention on the Protection of the Rights of All Migrant Workers and Members of Their Families. Okay, the International Convention on Migration, as it is commonly known, it was accepted to by Uganda in 1995, but it's important for us to note that it has not been ratified. What does this instrument do? It establishes minimum standards that states should apply to migrant workers. All migrant workers within your countries. That is why when we have migrant workers, one of the mandates of the immigration department is to guarantee and issue, that permit, that work permit, when it expires, to reissue it again and evaluate the conditions of work of these individuals, and to ensure that the migrant workers are operating within a favorable work environment, including the members of their families, irrespective of where they come from. What does this instrument do? It encompasses a host of rights, which include the freedom to leave or enter any country. Of course, the country that is hosting has the right to refuse after evaluating an application, but it also provides for the right to life. In Article 9, the freedom from torture or degrading treatment. I know you have seen some of these foreign workers who have been abusing local workers, Ugandan workers, and whipping them up. At least I know I've seen it on social media. What are the rights? What are the duties of these migrant workers? Prohibition of slavery, prohibition of forced labor in Article 11, freedom of thought, conscience, and religion, rights such as privacy, liberty, non-discrimination, equality in remuneration, freedom of association. Now, of course, when we are looking at migration to the Gulf countries as council, and how do we aid Ugandan migrant workers in the Middle East, the issue is, have those particular countries where our Ugandan workers are migrating, have they ratified this international convention on migration? That is a key starting point. Because remember, if it is not legally binding, if the instrument is not legally binding in that country, that is a problem for our Ugandan migrants who are there. We can talk about it here in Uganda, whether it has been ratified or not, in regard to migrant workers coming to Uganda. But I think our concern is more about our borders to go and work elsewhere. We also have the protocol to prevent, suppress, and punish trafficking in persons, signed in 2000. That's also important because cases of trafficking were notorious to countries such as Thailand, India, China. We've had cases reported, and Uganda has signed, and we are legally bound to ensure that we are protecting our citizens from trafficking. But it is more important also to investigate whether the country, the receiving country, has also ratified these particular instruments. We also have the International Labour Organization Domestic Workers Convention. And I think this is particularly important when we're talking about migration. Why? Because most of our migrants today, our female migrants, are going to do domestic work. This instrument regulates the human rights of domestic workers by requiring member states to eliminate discrimination, to ensure that domestic workers are accorded the same protections as other workers in that country, and especially within the same sector. If it is domestic work in Saudi Arabia, Ugandan domestic workers should be treated the same as Eritrean domestic workers, should be treated the same as Filipino domestic workers. We've seen cases where, there are higher rates paid to Filipinos as compared to the Africans. So that already is a problem. There should be same protections within the same sector. And of course, this convention is important. It not only erases that stereotype that work in the home is not work. It is not tangible. It is not remuneratable. Okay, domestic work is work, just as a woman who stays home to work is also working and should be adequately compensated for time. And domestic work is worthy work and should be compensated properly. It is not subsidiary work, okay? That is why this convention of 2011 is particularly important. It also talks about protection from forced or compulsory labor, okay? Forced or compulsory labor, as well as all forms of abuse, harassment, and violence. These are things that happen in the homes behind closed doors. It talks about fair terms of employment and decent living conditions that respect workers' privacy, okay? However, colleagues, the applicability of this convention is limited, at least in Uganda. It has not been ratified by Uganda. We have not signed it as a country, and none of the Gulf countries where we are sending our domestic workers has ratified it. So we are in a bad place here. We are scheduled by agreement as a country to send 1 million domestic workers to Saudi Arabia. That is an MOU with Saudi Arabia alone, not Qatar, not Jordan, not Kuwait. Okay, 1 million Saudi Arabia within 5 years. That is about 200,000 domestic workers a year. And yet we have not signed this treaty, and neither have these countries that are receiving our workers signed this treaty. So where are we going to get the fairness? How are we going to protect them from violence against women? Where do we as lawyers start from? How do we get these countries to be responsible, to be accountable? Where does liability come from if they are not even legally bound? Then we also have, of course, the UN Convention on Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, our CEDAW, which was ratified in Uganda in 1985. CEDAW is a strong instrument for protection of women's rights. And of course, it does not, whereas it does not explicitly mention violence against women, which is the focus of our training today, the CEDAW committee has some strong statements that it has released that we can base on to make a case on violence against women of our workers. It has determined that gender-based violence, or which we can also interchangeably refer to as violence against women, is discrimination, okay? So we can rely on other international instruments that these countries have signed, that Uganda has signed, that define and regulate discrimination. So it has determined that GBV, gender-based violence, is discrimination within the meaning of Article 1 of the CEDAW, meaning that it obliges states to take measures to combat violence against women. Remember, when we are talking about taking steps includes both omissions and commissions. You need to take a step to prevent. You need to take a step to ensure a facilitative environment. So both commissions, the step to do positive steps, which are commissions, or refrain from further violation or undertake protective mechanisms, which are also omissions, and also ensure that remedies are available, they are accessible to victims of violence against women, either in Uganda or if not in countries that you're sending to, but by ensuring that at least the MOU that you're signing in Saudi Arabia to send 1 million domestic workers has a clause that your workers will be protected from violence against women. Have we had access to these MOUs? These are public documents. As lawyers, we should be able to go to the Ministry of Gender and engage and say, what are the implications? How was my client served when they were in Qatar or Kuwait? What was the MOU like? Because you start from there before going into the contract that this young lady signed with the recruitment agency, both here in Uganda as well as their agents in Saudi Arabia, because they will work with another employment agent, the employment agent in Saudi Arabia, which will work with the one in Uganda, saying, now we have 200 orders for people going to work in Riyadh, can you process 200? And then the Ugandan company will then see to recruit 200, get their documentation and train them. They sign a contract. What does this contract that the women are signing look like? But what is the MOU with Saudi Arabia also looking like? We are helped by the CEDAW that has clarified that discrimination falls within the meaning of Article 1, and failing to protect women against violence against women is discrimination. Furthermore, we also benefit from other jurisprudence from the CEDAW. I highlight General Recommendation number 26 on women migrant workers. Now, the CEDAW as an international instrument is a bit like the Constitution. It is lean in terms of its provisions. It will provide for the right to equal employment for men and women and equitable conditions of work. But it will not go into details about everything on recruitment and employment of women. So what it does is that then it works through another document, a general recommendation, which highlights particular provisions and builds them and beefs them up. One that is for us on migration is General Recommendation number 26 of 2008. Kindly have a look at this. It is a good starting point when you're building your case on migration and violence against your client. We also have General Recommendation number 32 of 2014, which talks about the gender-related dimensions of refugee status, asylum, nationality, and statelessness of women. And it extensively elaborates on rights of women living away from their countries of origin. Now, according to the MOU signed with the Gulf countries, the documentation within the Ministry of Gender requires that a domestic worker or any worker really going to the Gulf countries must return after 2 years. So the permit that is given is a 2-year permit, so you must come back to your country, return, and regularize it, and then perhaps go back. I believe there are also instances where this can be done while you stay. But there will be those young women or young men who become stateless per se. Because they're in this country, they have no documentation, they become irregular. Sometimes they don't even want to identify which particular country they're coming from. We've had these instances where people don't want to talk about where they come from because they don't want to be deported. So this recommendation comes in to help us with how do you deal with those kinds of gender-related dimensions of workers. All in all, what I can say is that overall, there is a comprehensive spectrum of international instruments, as highlighted, that provide guidance to migration issues. But perhaps another weakness is that these instruments take a homogeneous approach to migration. They don't focus on domestic workers. They don't focus on particular workers. They do a homogeneous approach to migration and focus on general issues of migration, meaning that they are sort of neutral. They are work neutral. So we need more emphasis within the contracts, within the MOUs, to further give detail to particular workers, sectors of workers, categories of workers, and how they should be treated. In our case, we are looking mostly at the security workers, the domestic workers, because men are mostly doing security work or, warehousing and packaging. You'll find many of the women in the domestic work, which should ideally be our focus. We also have a convention to suppress slave trade and slavery of 1926. Colleagues, this convention may sound ancient, 1926. Imagine by 1926, we were still talking about suppression of slave trade and slavery. It was the issue then. And we've forgotten about this instrument. It seems like, no longer important. But there is real slave trade going on. There are real markets where, our Middle East, people from Middle East, I don't want to call them Arabs, go and examine young women and say, yes, I want that one, and maybe not this one. This one is a bit, they prefer younger. I don't want the older ones because the young ones perhaps can do more work. So this instrument is important today. Slave trade and slavery is reappearing today because of the socio-economic conditions that we are seeing. There's also the protocol amending the Slavery Convention of 1926. Colleagues, we have not signed these instruments as a country. Uganda has not signed. So if we are looking at areas of advocacy, we are sending our workers to the Middle East, to different places. At least as a country, we should be bound. And we should advocate that before we send you our workers, you sign and ratify, so that we have a starting point. Areas of advocacy. What can we do? There may be things that we can do directly on violence against women for our workers, a woman who walks into your office and has been violated, but there may be things that we can do at a macro level, okay? To demand from the Ministry of Gender to inform, to engage with the Ministry of Gender, to work with other women organizations and ensure these minimum standards are followed. Okay, can we now go to the regional level? Uganda has signed on to several regional protocols with a potential impact on labor migration. Article 7 of the East African Community ESC Common Market Protocol. The ESC has several protocols. This protocol regards the ESC rules and regulations on the movement of persons, guarantees the free movement of persons. That's important. Why is this particularly important? Because many of the people who are going irregularly to work outside Uganda, either in Kenya, either to the Gulf countries, are moving through Kenya. So Kenya is a major point of departure. Those ones who are moving with proper documentation are normally the ones you see at the airport, the ones who are singing, life is going to be better and etc. But then there are those ones who are going, no proper documentation, they're going with someone's papers, The major departure point is Kenya. So the East African Community Protocol comes in as important to ensure that, yes, there is free movement of persons, but persons are safe at the same time. So the biggest export through which our workers are going to the Middle East, the irregular ones, is through Kenya. We need to examine this protocol, the East African Protocol. Although this regulation, I'd like to highlight, is not fully operationalized. Okay, it is not fully operationalized because all of us as East African countries maintain our immigration controls differently. Uganda is also a member of the Common Market for East and Southern Africa, COMESA. I must say that COMESA is not as strong as it used to be. I think now COMESA is competing with IGAD and SADC, Southern African, and then the intergovernmental, which is mostly the, Somalia, Sudan. We're also members of the IGAD. We're not members of SADC. We are members of COMESA. It's a regional grouping of 21 member states. But COMESA has several protocols on labor migration, although most are not operationalized, and Uganda is yet to ratify some of them. For example, the 1994 COMESA protocol on gradual relaxation and eventual elimination of visa requirements within the COMESA. But it is an important thing for you to note as part of legal education, what is the legal framework at the regional level. And lastly, there is the protocol on free movement of persons, labor services, the right of establishment and residence, 2001, still not ratified. So as I'm discussing, we are picking out as FIDA areas of advocacy. If externalization of labor is a strategy of the government of Uganda, because it is a strategy to provide the employment, it is a strategy. It has been mentioned by the government of Uganda. Externalization of labor is a strategy. We've had our leaders saying that this is an opportunity for young people to get employment. If it is a strategy, then the legal framework must be in line to protect our young people as they go out there. What does the legal and policy framework look like at the national level? Of course, we start with the Employment Act, which details the rights of all workers in Uganda, including migrants, and provides for the operations of labor recruitment agencies. Okay? But this mostly is inward looking. It talks about rights of workers in Uganda. So for us, we cater to our immigrants because at least there is a legal framework internally. Then we also have the Prevention of Trafficking in Persons Act 2009, which bans the recruitment, transportation, and harboring. The recruitment, transportation, and harboring. So all these things, all these different stages, not only to recruit for trafficking, but if you're harboring also, somewhere you keep in a house, okay? You're transporting persons overseas for employment, training, or apprenticeship with the intention of trafficking, it regulates this. But as I said earlier, just like the Employment Act, these are inward looking. The National Employment Policy 2011 is also key to look at. It emphasizes labor migration, mostly externalization of labor. Externalization meaning export of labor to address the high unemployment among the youth and boost remittance to Uganda. So our policy as a country recognizes that part of the strategy of creation of employment is externalizing our labor, our youth. That's an important policy. It's a policy, but it's also important, provides an important persuasive jurisprudence for us to consider when we are building a case. We also have a draft national diaspora policy. It's still a draft, but it's important for us to look at it. It's important for us to advocate for it to be passed, including also the national migration policy. Our policy, our national migration policy, is still a draft. With all the migration that we are doing as a country, whether internal migration, how do people move from Arua to Busia, or external migration? These are policies that we need to be passed, okay? They need to be definite. So these are potential advocacy points. But most importantly, when we are looking at externalization of labor, the key law instrument that we all must be familiar with, if you're dealing with a case of violence against women, that you all must know or look at, is the Employment Recruitment of Ugandan Migrant Workers Abroad Regulations. It's a new one. We had an earlier version of 2005. This one was passed in 2021. And you can see the government interest in this area. You know, we even have regulations. They govern the recruitment, employment of Ugandan migrant workers abroad. This is the constitution now of migration. These regulations were the first initiative by the government of Uganda. The employment recruitment of Ugandan migrant workers abroad regulations were the first initiative by the government of Uganda to offer an alternative to trafficking of Ugandans by regularizing employment abroad, where Ugandans have chosen a livelihood through employment abroad. They said, okay, this is inevitable. We need to find a proper way of doing this. So they regularized the process of searching for external employment through recruitment agencies. What are the obligations under these regulations? Okay, these obligations created new roles for Uganda's missions abroad to, among others, verify job orders and accredit all foreign recruitment agencies. So whereas we have our own here in Uganda, the missions abroad should also accredit the foreign recruitment agencies that are working with the ones in Uganda to ensure that they are legal, they are recognized under the law, they are working within the law, the confines of the law, and which is a way of ensuring that the rights of our workers as a starting point will be properly protected. So our missions were given this role: verify the recruitment agencies there in Saudi Arabia. They should register with you so that you know them, so that when our recruitment agencies here work with them, we know where our workers are going. If we are working with recruitment agency A, we know that it has taken 10 girls and they are going to these different homes. But you cannot do that when you are not even sure who you're working with on the ground. They also prohibited non-Ugandans from owning external recruitment agencies here in Uganda. They try and put in some checkpoints. Only Ugandans should own these external recruitment agencies. I mean, why is a person coming in from elsewhere to register a recruitment agency and start, I don't want to call it exporting, but, you know, so really trying to keep this within the confines of Ugandans as a mechanism, a further mechanism of protecting our workers. It created a directorate of industrial training for purposes of conducting trade tests to determine whether migrant workers that are chosen are fit for job, okay? As stipulated under the job orders. Are they healthy enough? You know, will they be able to manage? So there's this directorate of industrial training. It also provides for inspection of recruitment agencies. I've seen so many of them here, even in Tinda, in Chisasi, small signposts, jobs, you know, jobs to the Middle East, jobs to Saudi Arabia, jobs to Dubai. Who are they? Okay, are they registered? Have they been inspected? Who is their staff? What are their objectives? So it provides for inspection of these agencies. Section 3 of these regulations provides for medical examination of workers for overseas employment. That is a bit, I mean, it could be contentious, but sometimes it's a way of protection. I don't know whether you could consider it as a discrimination, but if you have said that you're going to do hard labor work, and then the medical examination shows that you have a real heart condition where you're on medication and the doctor has said that you need to keep away from hard labor, that provision could be able to come in there. It guarantees wages for regular working hours, overtime pay, and free emergency medical and dental treatment. It also increased the penalty for illegal recruitment activities. And this was important. It increased the penalty for illegal recruitment activities from imprisonment. You hear? These unlawful recruitment agencies that we are seeing mushrooming all over the place. Imprisonment for 3 months to imprisonment not exceeding 5 years, or a fine not exceeding 20 million, or both, okay? To ensure deterrence of engaging in illegal recruitment. And I think perhaps that is why we have seen an increase in the number of recruitment agencies, as we see those ones that used to work under the law, undercover, now trying to regularize their work permits so that they can then work within the law. It also seeks to address the inadequacies of the earlier regulations of 2005 by increasing on the obligations of these recruitment agencies. For example, it increases the period of pre-departure training from 7 days to 14 days. I remember when we were meeting the returnees and we're asking, so what kind of training would you go through? Well, how to use a washing machine, how to use a microwave, how to use a flat iron, electrical flat iron. On this forum, for us who are speaking on the Zoom, we might take it for granted that everybody can operate a washing machine or an electrical flat iron, but people who are coming from Kasensero landing site have never seen a microwave, okay? So part of the training is really to induct them into the way of life in the places where they are going, the equipment, the dress code, the culture, and the like. And this was increased from 7 days to 14 days. They thought that 7 days, someone is really just acclimatizing, you know, to being away from their rural area, and then you bring them to Kampala, and then in 7 days or 6 days, they're already flying off to Abu Dhabi to go and work for this family of Arabs, 14 members, and they're supposed to know how to go about all this, to slice carrots and they make juice with a blender and all these things. So that's part of the issue of the training, and the days were increased from 7 to 14 days. It raised the minimum sum to operate in an externalization business to Uganda shillings 50 million from 10 million. And I think there are even efforts to increase this more. Yes, because I mean, 10 million, anybody could open up a recruitment agency and start operating and taking these young men and women under whatever conditions of work. So they're trying to make it harder to ensure that you're a credible recruitment agency. So this was increased from 10 to 50, and you need a minimum deposit in the bank of 100 million. Yes. In case anything happens to the migrant worker and you need to repatriate her, or she dies, you need to repatriate the body, you need to have some money in the bank, okay? So these are some of the obligations that were introduced under the 2021 regulations. Now, let me end this session with just the next slide. There you can see, our efforts as a country, our responses to labor migration. So the issue that the government was confronted with was this. Yes, we are dealing with high unemployment, okay, as a country. We need to provide a solution to the youth. So, and if we don't, unlawful illegal migration will continue. How do we regularize it and ensure that it is done properly to properly protect these migrants? So the government of Uganda has signed bilateral labor agreements with selected Gulf countries. In 2016, we signed one with Jordan, in 2017 with Saudi Arabia, and United Arab Emirates in 2019. There are also efforts to sign more because, I mean, increase the range of countries, because even if we don't, our people are still going there. They're going to Oman, they're going to Kuwait, so they're going to Philippines. So at least have an MOU to ensure some minimum levels of protection. You can see our ministers of gender there, you know, signing these agreements. The lead agency is the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. It is the place where all this information, which MOUs have been signed, how many workers do we have, what are the issues, is the starting point. And I think it is the obligation of the government of Uganda to, as much as possible, share information for purposes of improving, because I think at the end of the day, we are all saying that, yes, people should have an opportunity. If the young people can, you know, have decided to go to the Middle East, then at least it should be safe for them to be there. But as lawyers, then we should also have access to this information so that we have, you know, we are able to see the conditions that we are sending our young people to. I'd like to stop here for now. And perhaps allow us to have some questions or some reflections. What was your aha moment? What was that thing that you didn't know, that you realized, that came to mind? And you're like, aha, okay? Because as I mentioned earlier, this is not a new topic. We all have our experiences. I'd like to hear from you now, as part of this CLE training series, colleagues. So I open up the floor for your reflections. And Trevor is going to help me if there is a hand up, perhaps to unmute and select.
Well, as people think about their responses, I think maybe I can share mine. And so I knew that we didn't have a perfect record on the legislative side of what we have ratified and what we have agreed to. But I'm actually quite shocked to see this state of affairs, that there are these, you know, potential conventions, and that neither Uganda nor any of the countries where we are sending our workers in the to have ratified these conventions. And I think it's, you know, like, I think usually our problem is at a different level, that there's ratification, but there isn't implementation. But here, there's even an outright refusal to even take that first step of saying, we actually want to protect people's rights, and we actually care about these international standards. And that really should be the huge, huge warning light. In addition to all the things that we know happens in practice, but the fact that there isn't even that willingness. So for me, that was really a shock, that this is really, we aren't even pretending to, you know, to try and protect rights in a meaningful way between these countries. Like that for me is a really, really big one.
Thank you, Lynette.
I have a hand from Omega.
Omega? Yes, go right ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good morning. Very, very nice session on the legal framework. Just a few reflections for in as far as the legal framework is concerned, and what laws we are selectively choosing to ratify and assent, and those that we are not assenting. I think our country is hopping around the laws that they are choosing to ratify and those that they are not choosing to ratify. So you'll find, say, the International Convention on the Protection of Migrant Workers and their family, they will assent to that, but they will not ratify that, right? Mm-hmm. Then you get the law on trafficking, and that will be ratified. And yet the law on trafficking is a law that is, say, transitional. It is, trafficking in itself is transitioning, you're trading. So they are just facilitating that little transition, and not the real international convention that could actually protect the migrant workers. So the standard is halfway. They're protecting the migrant workers, but in a sense, they're not protecting them. So even when Dr. Zahara was speaking about the fact that it's important for both countries to ratify, say the country that is giving the labor and the country that is receiving the labor. If the country that is giving the labor ratifies this convention, they're automatically held to a standard of ensuring that whoever they are exporting their labor to, like or falls within that particular standard that they have ratified. So it's very intentional not to ratify this international convention, because if you do not ratify it, you are also not holding the other party accountable, because you yourself you're not under any guidelines. Even when you look at the regional, you find that a statute say the one that they're so long, so I may not necessarily say them word for word, but the one that speaks to the East African community, again, transit, you're just protecting the transit. The law is covering that transit process. But then when you go to something like COMESA, widening it up to a wider pool of countries where this exploitation of migrant workers could potentially happen, then there you've not ratified, because they could actually, the migrant workers are not going to Kenya, they're not going to Tanzania. They could be going, but they're not going in huge sums as those going to different regions because of economic reasons. Our economies are almost the same. The money or the return for them is not as huge. So you'll find that there is that selective regional ratification of those points. Even in the end, with the pictures, when you're signing bilateral labor agreements, what are the labor agreements going to do for you of a statute that you have not ratified? So, and then you spoke about the washing machines. All these things are extremely interconnected, because the first table that you shared with us, all the countries that were in that table were Middle Eastern countries, right? So there are cultural divides, right? But remember, the international laws and statutes are only covering to certain regions. So you can't even address those cultural divides. The laws that we have are just sort of, they're covering the East African context. They will not even go to extreme southern and northern African regions, which are closer to Middle Eastern countries. So, yeah, that is it, the coverage of the laws. Yeah, those are just my thoughts. It's just quite, yeah.
Thank you very much for sharing those reflections. It's a real issue. I mean, if you say you're committed to protecting the rights of your workers, and at a minimum, when you're signing this MOU, ensure that where your workers are going, even these countries have the standards that you have signed on to us, as a country. But we have not signed the Domestic Workers Convention, number 89. So even us as a country, we have things that we haven't done, but I think we should ask our government to do better. Any other reflections, colleagues?
We have a hand from Nora.
Nora, yes.
Good morning, everyone. And Dr. Zahara, thank you for that detailed and comprehensive discussion. My reflection is in regards to the key regulation, that is the employment, recruitment of Ugandan migrant workers, the regulations for 2021. You highlighted its strengths. However, I would like to think, or I'm just wondering if at all it is providing for a provision on aiding and abetting, because when you look at some of these companies, you highlighted the prohibition of non-Ugandans from opening up these companies, but there is a tendency of even non-Ugandans owning these companies, and the persons who are helping them get the documentations could probably even be council or some other persons. So I think if the regulations do not provide for something to do with abating or aiding, then I think that would be an area of advocacy.
Thank you, Nora. I think that's something that I need to look into, aiding and abetting. But you also highlight something key, the role of council. What is our obligation to workers? Of course, we are not all the same. We are the ones who have been aiding not only the trafficking of women, but also adoption. We've been involved in improper adoptions of children outside the country, beating the system. So it's a good reflection point for us as lawyers. What is our role in protecting rather than violating the rights of migrants? But thank you for pointing it out.
It seems we have one comment. Let's take a look.
Of course, Omega's hand is up again.
So Namayika Rosé said, I think for me the aha point was on the point of hidden unemployment in Uganda among the youth. It's just something that we overlook and don't realize it's actually unemployment. And I think that's referring to these small businesses that we know make very, very little profit, and somebody's actually using their time and trying to keep busy with something. But we know that at the end of the day, the person is not better off economically because they are busy with something. And so that is hidden unemployment.
Yes, thank you. And how many border riders actually have, certificates of higher learning? So many of them, have tertiary institution certificates, but what do they do with them? So they not only unemployment that we are documenting, but hidden unemployment is a real issue. So meaning that the figure is actually much higher than the official statistic. So something for the country to think about. But what I'd like to leave you with as we go into the break, I mean, for me, it bothers me that as a country, our strategy for employment is exporting. Why? Why must we, educate, immunize, and do all these things only for our youth to go away? Is that what we are good for? And to go away and we have signed an MOU to export 1 million domestic workers over 5 years. Is that what we are good for as a country? So I keep wondering, yes, we are creating opportunities, but is this an opportunity? Is it what we can really talk about? Can we front this? Should we be proud to talk about this and say, externalization is a strategy of employment creation? So just reflect on that as we go into the break. And let me hand back to Lynette to tell us when we'll be back.
And yes, so we'll just take a short break now, exactly 15 minutes. And so please be sure by 10:45. It's just a brief, little breather to get a cup of tea. And then we'll start our second session at exactly 10:45. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. It is exactly 10:45, and we are starting our second session for the day of this continuing legal education training on labour migration and avenues for ways to address and prevent violence against migrant workers in the Middle East. And so we're welcoming back Dr. Zahara Nampewo, who is leading our training today, and for this second session.
Okay, welcome back, ladies, and good morning once again. I hope that we've all had time to reflect on some of what you learned in the earlier session about the context of Uganda and what is leading our young people to migrate for work, and also the legal framework, the obligations on the government of Uganda vis-a-vis what the conditions are, mostly in the Middle East, where our young people are going. Now, in this next session, I'd like us to focus on violence against Ugandan migrant workers in the Middle East. Some tools and case studies. And so now we delve into the thematic aspect of violence against women. By way of introduction, let me say that violence against women, which was, by the way, is also referred to interchangeably as gender-based violence. Interchangeably as gender-based violence.
I don't know what you've done.
Ado was blocked.
Okay, so yes, working from home and these challenges. Violence against women is also interchangeably used with gender-based violence. Gender-based violence is violence against persons because of the different aspects of their gender, but now we're focusing specifically on violence against women. Violence against women was not understood as a human rights issue until the mid-1980s. So if you're looking at years, today is 2024, maybe that's about about 40 years. 40 years of bringing the issue. Because of that, because of not recognizing it as a human rights issue, we did not see violence as a term appearing in our CEDAW, our Convention on Women, the UN Convention on Women of 1979. It did not feature as a specific issue. It was not until 1992 that the CEDAW committee adopted General Recommendation number 19. Okay, so there is no provision in the CEDAW prohibiting violence against women. That is a very telling fact. And by the way, colleagues, international instruments are negotiated instruments. International law is negotiated law. Some proponents sit down and say, this is what is important, we want it in the law. Others say, no, that's not important enough. Sometimes they take a vote. Some things are in, some things are not. So violence against women was one of those gender aspects that were not thought to be important enough to appear within a legally binding instrument in 1979. So it's not only until 1992 that the CEDAW committee sat down and said that regardless of the fact that we don't have a specific provision in the CEDAW, at least let us have a general recommendation to further explain and broaden what we understand by violence against women. So General Recommendation number 19 defines violence against women for the first time. It was the first definition in international human rights law that violence is defined. Now, according to General Recommendation number 19, violence against women is violence directed against a woman because she is a woman, or that affects a woman or affects women disproportionately, okay? Violence against a woman specifically, or violence that affects women disproportionately as compared to men. To say that women generally, face violence at this level. So, for example, issues such as unequal treatment in pay, where you find that generally same work, different pay across different sectors, that is violence against women. It is affecting women disproportionately. Of course, then we ask ourselves, what is violence? When you pay women less, is it violence? Does it cause harm? Violence is understood differently, and we shall get to that. Or, for example, the argument that maternal mortality, the high rates of maternal mortality, is not violence against women. Things that have happened, women keep dying every year. It is violence against women because it is happening in a systematic way at an institutional level. So we have violence that happens at the individual level. Okay, individual violence, a man hits a woman, in direct violence. But then we also have violence that happens at an institutional level, where women are discriminated, women are paid less in certain sectors of society, in formal work. That is institutional violence against women. It causes harm because it is discriminative, and it has a negative implication on the woman. Maternal mortality, women die. It is violence against women. It results into death or injury. Then we also have violence at the community level, generally. Things that affect women at the community level within our cultures. If it is a culture that does female genital cutting, that is violence at the community level. Or violence where a culture that permits domestic violence, physical violence of men against women, that is also violence at the community level. So we have either direct violence or indirect violence. It can be direct, where a man hits a woman, or it is a clear wage inequality within the different sectors. But we can also have the indirect violence, where, because of systems, lack of resourcing, women end up dying during childbirth, high levels of maternal mortality. So we have both direct and indirect violence, and at different levels: individual, institutional, and community violence. So when we're looking at gender-based violence or violence against women, it's violence that is directed against women, either directly or indirectly, but affects women disproportionately to men. So together, when we're looking at the CEDAW General Recommendation number 19, we also have another definition of violence that was later certified in the 1993 UN General Assembly Declaration on Elimination of Violence Against Women, the DIDO 1993. With these two instruments, with these two documents, the international community now came out strongly to state in very clear terms and make it very unmistakably clear that every form of violence against women constitutes discrimination against women. Okay, so we tag violence against women to Article 1 of the CEDAW to say it is discrimination against women. And this is important because it requires states parties, therefore, to eliminate this violence against women. Remember, we do not have a specific instrument that is legally binding that states sign on to on violence against women. All right? So, whereas we have a general recommendation number 19, it is not legally binding on women. It is not legally binding on women. And then also the 1993 declaration is not really legally binding as well. It's a declaration. It is of persuasive content. So, and whereas we have the CEDAW is minus a specific provision on violence against women. So where does that leave us? We have a CEDAW minus a specific provision, and then we have a general recommendation number 19 and the declaration. How do we then, now general recommendation number 19 helps us as women to enforce this provision by linking it to the provision on discrimination. The guarantee against discrimination in Article 1 of CEDAW, and by CEDAW is one of those instruments that is heavily ratified. Most of the countries of the world, if not all, have signed the CEDAW, but with reservations. With reservations. Some of the Islamic countries have reserved Article 1 on discrimination against women, saying that some aspects of culture are not, do not fall under their understanding of discrimination. So that is violence against women, to try and understand it, to start from that point, that when we are creating responsibility and the accountability of the state, we are not looking at a specific provision in the CEDAW, but we're looking at jurisprudence under the general recommendation number 19, and then we're also bringing in Article 1 of the CEDAW. Now, before we get into violence against female migrant workers, I want to also talk a bit about violence generally in Uganda. Before we talk about looking at those who are suffering outside Uganda, what is the context here of violence against women, gender-based violence at the national level? Now, gender-based violence has been documented by many, many sources, NGO reports, internationally, nationally. The Uganda Bureau of Statistics 2021 did a national demographic data study where it confirmed that gender-based violence is an everyday threat for Ugandan women and girls, is an everyday threat for Ugandan women and girls. And I think, you know, we need as a society to reconfigure violence against women as a very, very serious thing. When people hear gender-based violence, you go to the police station, they say, but mama, that's a simple thing. It's just private. Those are marital issues. You must say to them outside the home. There is that perspective. Yeah? It can be handled within the home. It is less serious. That is why, for example, in our international law on torture, the UN Convention on torture, the UN CAT, Convention Against Torture, defined torture to mean that by a state agent. Okay? If you look at the definition of torture in the UN Convention, the UN CAT, it defines torture as that of a state agent person, inhuman and degrading treatment, very serious, with serious implications on life. As an international community, we failed to understand that torture can also be that by a non-state agent. To understand that for women in Africa, in the world, globally, in Uganda, a woman may not be able to interface with the state for her to be tortured, but she fears her partner more than she fears the state. And the partner is also a possible potential torturer, okay? So even we have that problem from the international level, that we failed to conceive, violence against women as torture, because to a serious, it ends up with serious implications on life and limb of many women and girls. So, of course, we need to reconfigure ourselves as a society at international level, but also at national level. And we have the data that is showing that gender-based violence is an everyday threat. The US goes further to say that 56% of married women aged 15 to 49 reported having suffered physical and sexual violence by a husband. Where is a woman going to find sexual violence by the state for it to amount to torture? But sexual violence by an intimate partner is so real, is so near. So proximity of violence, we should understand this violence to be serious, to be torture. And remember, torture is a freedom that cannot even be restrained, that cannot be suspended. So we need to understand violence against women, or gender-based violence, in these terms. The UBOS further says that 36% of women in this study had experienced sexual violence, most often from a partner. 28% reported victimization by sexual violence in the last year. And 33% of girls below the age of 15 years were forced into sex at first sex. So first sex, forced sex, 33%. Colleagues, these are very, very serious issues. Before we even get into violence of migrant workers, we also need to understand our context back home. Because when you're making a case against, against violence against women to the government of Uganda, we are not devoid of our context. Our judicial officers, our police officers, officers in the ODPP, these are perceptions that are wide-faced. So it's important. It's important to understand the context of GBV at a national level. So therefore, violence against women, when we're looking at this, is a national pandemic affecting women and girls. What is the regulation against gender-based violence? Let us start with the Sustainable Development Goal number 5. Colleagues, I'd like to invite you to take a minute or two to Google within your sources, Sustainable Development Goal number 5, and find out the target. Find out the target on violence against women. Look at SDG number 5. What are the different targets as we're talking about SDG number 5? What are our targets on violence against women? Let's quickly look up that and see what we are aiming for as a community. I'm going to ask you to tell us what you have found in a minute or two. SDG 5, what are the different targets and indicators on violence against women?
Megan's hand is up.
Hello, you can hear me?
Yes, Omega.
So under SDG 5, there are just a minute, key components, mostly two: the elimination of violence and then addressing trafficking. So under addressing trafficking, there is elimination of trafficking in women and girls for various forms of exploitation, including forced labor, sexual exploitation, and other forms of modern slavery. And component 1, which is elimination of violence. So it's just comprehensive measures to prevent and respond to all forms of violence against women, whether it occurs in public or private settings. This includes domestic violence, sexual violence, psychological violence, and harmful practices like forced marriages and FGM.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much, Omega. That is the answer that I was looking for, that even at international level, we have targets for violence against women. We have indicators. So that is something that I'd like to invite you to look at as we are making our case on violence against women. Other key standards to look at nationally, we have the Prohibition of Female Genital Mutilation Act of 2010. How are we doing with this act, colleagues? What is an honest evaluation of this act? Have we not had any FGM happening? Has it stopped? Elizabeth?
Yes. Good morning. I think my general observation when it comes to the bill, the FGM bill, and the work that it's supposed to do on preventing FGM, I feel like, well, the problem was still not as heightened as many other forms of GBV against women. In the districts where these are practiced, what the law for me, I feel like, did was to push the act undercover and also encouraged, I don't know if it's a newer form, if I could dare call it, quote unquote, it's a newer form of FGM, which is that cross-border FGM. I feel like many of the times I think about the FGM bill, I ask myself the questions, how do we legislate and what are some of the things that we put in there to encourage for unique forms of violence like FGM? So from the reports that we've seen from Uganda Human Rights Commission, from Save the Children, from UNFP on FGM, and from really some of the stories we read around, I just feel like the act did that. The law pushed the action undercover. Of course, the other reflection that I usually make is how do we then make the law respond to the problem to be able to either deter or punish those that participate in the committing of this offense. That's what I want to say.
Thank you very much. Any other reflections on the act? Has it been effective?
Okay, I can find a course.
Has this law been effective? Do we no longer have cases? Anyone working on this issue? I remember when this law had just been passed, and 2011 was an election year in Uganda, general elections. And the communities that actually do the practice were very bold to do that act to continue, because sometimes it has rituals, to continue in 2011 and go ahead with them. Because as an election year, the leaders, the political leaders could not dare. So the cultural leaders went ahead with it, and the political leaders could not dare. It was an election year. They're like, we'll deal with it after the election. Okay. I don't know if you are aware that the Gambia has also had a bill to reintroduce female genital mutilation, yet it had been prohibited by law in the country. So there was a bill to reintroduce it. Of course, an issue that has caught the attention of the African Commission and female activists generally at the continent. It will probably not be successful, but just to say that this is an issue that is still live, it's alive and well. We may think it's something that is, but it's happening, and women are the gatekeepers. Women are the gatekeepers of this practice. We are the ones who do it, So the elimination has to be holistic, not only the law, but so many other issues that have to come in. Well, anyway, that was by the way. Since this is CLE, we are broadening our minds generally on the practice, but also the law. Sometimes as lawyers, we spend too much time on the law. We think that it will solve all our problems, but does it really do that? Then we have the Domestic Violence Act of 2010, which really prohibits violence within the domestic setting, and I'll get back to that. Prevention of Trafficking in Persons Act, I think that's something that we've also mentioned, focusing on trafficking. We have a gender policy of 2007. It's good because it has more content. It has a lot of contextual information and strategies, I think, that the government intends to do against gender-based violence, as well as a national policy on elimination of gender-based violence in Uganda, which focuses specifically on gender-based violence. Now, I would like us to turn to violence against women, but here, minus the legal regulation. Let me ask you to also do a small assignment for me and quickly go to the Domestic Violence Act 2010 of Uganda and quickly find out the different forms of violence that are recognized in that act. What are the different forms? How do we define domestic violence under our law on Domestic Violence Act? What are the various forms of violence? Can we take another 2 minutes? This week make sure everybody is working. Do we all have something down? Ladies, we have gentlemen on the line. One or two. Can I call upon a gentleman to tell us what they have found? Positive discrimination. Trevor, who is on the line as a gentleman?
The one we saw earlier, I think it's called upwards, has slipped off. So Trevor, it's just you. You're representing me on behalf.
Okay, so is it just Trevor?
It's just Trevor.
Okay. Okay. Let's have someone in the room read it out, and then we can see if it differs from what other people have. Yes, violence against gender-based violence.
Yes, domestic violence is defined in the Act to mean A, harms, injuries, or endangers the health, safety, life, limb, or well-being, whether mental or physical, of the victim, or intends to do so, and includes causing physical abuse, sexual abuse, emotional, verbal, and psychological abuse, and economic abuse. And then B, harasses, harms, injures, or endangers the victim with a view to coercing him or her or any other person related to him or her to meet any unlawful demand for any property or valuable security. And then C, has the effect of threatening the victim or any other person related to the victim by any conduct mentioned in paragraph A or B or D, which is the last, otherwise injures or causes harm, whether physical or mental, to the victim.
Okay. Thank you very much. Did anybody get anything different or want to add to that? What else could violence include? So thank you very much. To sum it up, it is endangering the health, safety, life, or limb. So generally endangering the individual, but it also stretches to harassment, okay? Harassment and threats. Threats are also part of domestic violence. So if someone is stalking you online, someone is stalking you online, how is that violence? How is that domestic violence? Where does it fall according to our definition? Any volunteers? Someone is talking you online every day. You can see them. They are tracking you there.
Let's see a hand up from our audience. But we can answer. I would say that's psychological abuse.
Yes, because somewhere in your mind you're like, this person perhaps is about to cause me harm. Psychological abuse. So we are looking not only at that physical harm that someone endangers you or your life or your limb, but also your emotional health, your psychological health. You're forever thinking about this person. You can't think, you can't work. They're taking over your mind, so it's psychological. But a new thing that comes in with the Domestic Violence Act of 2010 is the economic violence as well. Deprivation of necessities of life, where, within the domestic setting, the husband is unable to provide for the home, and yet the woman knows that he has the means to provide in a certain way. This economic depression is also part of economic abuse and violence. So as with this understanding now, we get to discuss violence and violence against women and migration, so that we really see what are the different forms of violence against women that women are affected by in the Middle East as they are working in these homes. But before we get to that, I wanted to emphasize, violence against women before migration, okay? Because remember, we talked about that context, the high prevalence of GBV in Uganda, violence against women. The fact that violence against women is a pandemic. When we are talking about pandemics and the attention that we are giving to COVID and Ebola, and violence against women should be one of them, because it's affecting so many, 51% of the population affected. We looked at the statistics, 33%, fast sex, forced sex. These are real big statistics that should be given the attention that they deserve. But in that context of high levels of GBV, fleeing abusive marriages, okay, is one of the reasons that promotes or inspires women to go to work abroad. Some of the returnees that we talked to, we asked, what propelled you? You were in this marriage, it was comfortable enough, or it was, well, you were in this marriage, what was it? And she says, you know what, my husband, he was just not providing, so that's economic abuse. He was not providing, he was neglecting the children, he had so many women, and my children were suffering. I decided. So fleeing abusive marriages, fleeing economic violence, fleeing physical abuse, women have because of abusive marriages, have decided to go and work, to migrate from work. Okay, another thing that I'd like to highlight as we're talking about violence against women is that whereas women are migrating for work, there's less acceptability for women to migrate. Okay? Where women, while there are more women migrating for work, we found that it is less acceptable for women to move and to travel on their own, minus their husbands, to go and work. Factors such as marriage, such as age, were some of those things that are always put, which are factors that make it less acceptable for women to migrate. When there is an option within a marriage, and the family needs extra resources, the choice will always be for the man to move rather than the woman. So there is less acceptability for women to migrate, and for women who dare to break these norms, it attracts gender-based violence. It attracts violence against women for them. So these are things that I thought were important to highlight, that women are not only fleeing abusive marriages to go and work, but even when they try to do that, it is less accepted, and it even attracts gender-based violence. So, and even the decision, therefore, for women to migrate for work is subject to gender discrimination and norms at household level, at community level. I picked up that quote from an interview that we had in June 2022, which we actually included in our report. The lady says that it is not uncommon to hear women who go to work being referred to as careless and prostitutes. My mother-in-law said so when I told her that I was going away to work. She responded, "What kind of a married woman neglects her family for work?" So that less acceptability, that failure to understand, wanting to police women within domestic settings and refusing them to go and work. So that is something important when we are talking about violence against women as related to migration. Now, during migration, or when women have gone away to work, especially in the Middle East, and I'm picking these experiences and basing what I'm saying on the reports and studies that we've done, first of all, is to emphasize that most women engage in domestic work when they migrate for work. So they live in closed households. They live in closed spaces away from public scrutiny. I remember one time Platform for Labor Action was doing a study on domestic work as part of advocacy for the government to pass the convention, to ratify the Convention on Domestic Workers, number 89. So I was one of the people working on this, and we had to access domestic workers. But how difficult it is to access domestic workers for interviews. I mean, we have strict instructions for our workers. Don't open for anyone. We haven't even managed to get enumerated, some of us, because the instructions are so strict. Apart from just the threat of dogs in homes, there's also don't open for anyone when we are not home. So domestic workers work in closed spaces away from public scrutiny. That's important for us in the discussion on violence against women. The most recently available data from the International Labour Organization indicates that domestic work remains not only a women-dominated sector, but a very closed sector. It employs about 57.7 million women, and the domestic workers account for 76.2% of domestic workers. 76.2, meaning that male domestic workers are just 25. Is it 25? No, I think it's 23. Oh, my math is just deplorable. But anyway, yes. So you can see, the dominance of females in domestic work, but also in closed settings. I think that is the catchword for us. Domestic work is in closed spaces away from public scrutiny. And somehow the law has also kept away from regulating domestic work. Even when we provide for it in our Employment Act, but at the international level, we have this instrument on domestic work, but how many countries have ratified it? In our studies, we found that some of the experiences or manifestations of gender-based violence include the following: economic violence, failure to pay what is stipulated in the contracts, and also late payment. Someone is working in an Arab home And by the way, Arab homes are not like our homes that the young ladies can go out and go to the kiosk next door and buy, some whatever they need. Remember, these Arab homes are in the desert mostly. You can't just walk outside. Arab homes, a woman has to walk escorted by a man. So you just cannot leave the domestic setting. So if somebody fails to pay you, where do you go to? We had stories where, the women are the ones who interact with the female domestic workers, refusal to pay on time, refusal to pay according to the contract. The other day you were sick for 4 days, you didn't work. I'll subtract your pay by those 4 days. Secondly, so this is violence. This is violence. It is economic violence. The failure to pay and the failure to pay on time, because it causes harm, psychological harm, emotional harm. The less pay in comparison to men. Colleagues, we talked about systematic violence, institutionalized violence, community violence. When you're paying less to women than to men, women are targeted at an institutional level. So domestic workers, as I mentioned earlier, are getting about $243 to $270, sometimes $300, which is 1 million shillings a month, okay, for domestic work. Men are mostly getting between 405 to 700 US dollars from our study. And our study talked to both male and female returnees. Of course, the male are fewer. But the male are not working in the homes, mostly. There are some who do, but mostly it's the women. The men are working in security firms, they are working in warehouses, and they also stay not in the home, but they stay outside the home. So we found also that there is less pay of women workers in comparison to their male counterparts, and intermittent paying. That is a form of violence against women. Harm and exploitation, including sexual and physical abuse, verbal and psychological abuse. And I think you people have heard these stories. They are bad stories, they are deplorable, they are outrageous stories. Because sexual relations before marriage is a taboo in some of these countries. The men don't have access to their future wives, but there is a female in the home, an uncle, the son, the older son. These girls have shared these stories where the father, stories of sexual violence, stories of physical violence, verbal violence, psychological violence. You eat last, you eat less, okay? You rest last, you rest less. All these cases, they've been documented. When we read about them every day in the media, I was told by a young woman how her female employer used to hit her in the head using the heel, the female shoe heel, yes, in the head, using that sharp one. And I was like, how did it make you feel? Like, of course, I felt terrible. And I couldn't leave. I had only intermittent access to my phone. I couldn't get in touch with the agent who is here in Saudi Arabia. The stories are terrible. So many, many forms of violence, sexual, physical, verbal, and psychological. And this occurs typically in the homes, where there is less public scrutiny, whereas there is limited enforcement of the law, so there is those gaps to limited opportunities to enforce the law, and even the opportunities to get out and get social networks and get advice. Because when you see your house help going to see the neighbor's house help, you know what she's asking? How much are they paying you? Yeah, for me, they're giving me 150. Hey, I know another place. I'll give you the contact. They'll give you more money. In this case, those are not there. So they don't have that social support network. It's your employer that you're relying on. When you're sick, it's up to her to take you to the hospital. So that lack of public scrutiny is not good for violence against women. Then there's also the breach to bodily autonomy. We were told that some women are injected with the hormone suppressing drugs without their consent, contraceptive medication, as well as sexual suppressants. You're not supposed to go there and and be fertile and be, you know, and they also do pregnancy tests. They also do HIV tests. That is before going, all right? So you can imagine, without consent, sexual hormonal suppressing drugs. So you're not fertile, you know, you don't have sexual desires. You're not going to go there and start, you know, getting into people's marriages. You're there for work, and that is it. There's a quote there I picked from the report. Before leaving Uganda, they gave us some injections for family planning and some medicine whose name I do not know. But this medicine was supposed to make us lose sexual feelings while working away from home. They, the recruitment agency, also gave us medicine to take in case our bosses force us into having sex with them, okay? I never had any sexual appetite for the 2 years I spent in Oman. So you can see those stories. This sexual abuse happens, and somehow our systems here know, and they tried to, you know, deal with it. Other forms of violence include being lent out to another family other than your employer to help with domestic work. Your cousins, the cousins of your employer, have a wedding. Okay, so you're taken the weekend before, and you're going to do work, prepare for the wedding, and clear up even after the wedding. So that being lent out, contrary to the terms of your contract, you're contracted to work for a particular person, and this is not even consensual. You're just taken, and so too much work, too much work. Denial of food by employers, limited portions, and late meals. One respondent told us that she, one time her family, her employers had gone away for a weekend, and they left the refrigerator without much food, and she had to depend on green pepper, okay, for the 2 days her employers were not around. You can imagine green pepper, how much nutrient, and even just filling the stomach, you're practically starving. Denial of phone use, which restricts ability to move. You can't talk to anybody, you can't talk to your family, you can't keep in touch with fellow migrants, or even your, you know, or your network. So you're totally cut off from your social support network. There's also a quote there that I put, that when your office is at home, that is as a domestic worker, there is no monitoring. When your employer comes home late, he still wants you to fix his food. If he has visitors, you are the last to sleep, okay? This was one of the returnees. So there are many, many, many forms of violence that are suffered by women. Okay, so I want us now to look at the kafala, K-A-F-A-L-A. The kafala system is a form of system, labor system in the Middle East. Colleagues, I want you to go back now to the internet and Google kafala, K-A-F-A-L-A, the kafala system, and tell us what it is and how it would exacerbate violence against women in a migration system. I'll give you another 3 minutes. Kafala, K-A-F-A-L-A, the kafala system. Okay, any volunteers? Kafala system, what is it? And how does it affect or connect to violence against workers?
I'm from Nora.
Yes, Nora?
From my reading,
Can you, we can't hear you very well.
you hear me?
Barely. If you can raise your voice a bit more.
The kafala system regulates, from my reading, is that the kafala system regulates place of ends of migrant outrage, abuse, the discrimination has failed. Then that the kafala system sponsorship gives a private citizen company in migrant as employment. The system arose from the growing demand in Gulf East for cheap labor and the desperate money home to their families.
Okay. Thank you, Nora. You are reading the right thing. That was the right answer, but we could barely hear you. I don't know if somebody else can tell us if they found anything different. We have another hand up.
Yeah, we have from Omega.
Hello, I don't think the system is what I found out was very much different from what Sarah found out, but it's just basically a system where the Arab countries or Arab Gulf countries give the employers of the migrant workers rights to sort of have, I don't know, I fail to get the word, to be in charge of the whole migrant work experience. So as opposed to the state regulating migrant work, in particular Arab Gulf countries that use this system, it is that particular employer that has control over that particular employee, what they would call a kafil so there is a kafil and then there is the worker. In a sense, it's like lordship over a person. So individual household loads for each and every one. That's what I found out.
Okay, thank you very much. And that is it really. It reminds me of feudalism. You remember the feudal lord and the serfs, the people working on the land and how you have control over them. The kafala system, as was rightly mentioned by Nora, and thank you, Omega, as well, is a sponsorship system. As you said, the government allows the different citizens to exercise control over the domestic worker. So the employer becomes the sponsor of the worker's immigration status. Okay, I sponsor you, you come, and they work hand in hand. So the kafil or the employer will reach out to a recruitment agency in Saudi Arabia and specify the kind of person they want. We were told interesting things when we were having these interviews. They don't want very old people, senior people. They don't want endowed, the word to use is fat. I won't use it like that, you know. So, and they want younger people, they want stronger people, they want taller young women. So they will specify, and then the recruitment agency there in Saudi Arabia works with the one here to sort of get persons within that profile. So in a sense, the employer in Abu Dhabi or wherever is the sponsor of the worker's immigration status. Now, if I'm sponsoring you, so the kafala system is a sponsorship system. I'm sponsoring this individual to come and work for me. What that means is that this system permits individual employers to exercise control. I have sponsored you, I've allowed you to come. I'll exercise control over your freedom to enter the country. If you no longer want to work for me, you lose your immigration status and you have to return back to your country. Okay? So they give them the right to control, freedom to enter, to transfer employment. I have to sign you off as your employer, okay? Or when you're to leave the country, I also have to sign you off. So because I'm your sponsor. So this restricts many aspects of the employees' mobility, association. They can't associate with others. Often these kind of employers also retain the travel documents of their workers, keeping them in a sort of hostage situation. So you see, really, domestic work may be good, but if we also work with this kafala system, it further endangers. So if we are signing these MOUs, these are things that we should specify. Can we not have this kind of sponsorship system? So that if a person gets to where they are going and they find it's not working for them, they are free to find or go back to their recruitment agency and get another placement. But otherwise, you're in this home because this is your kafil, and you have no option but to stay there for the 2 years until your time expires. What are the implications of this? Of course, it exacerbates the existing power imbalance between the employer and the employee. Already, I mean, how can you negotiate? How can you leverage? How can you bargain within that home? How can you bargain against sexual abuse when you're in this situation? It exacerbates the employee's vulnerability. It even restricts the worker's ability to, for example, enter into a labor dispute process or even to join a union. So you can't even have anything like a Uganda migrant workers union in these countries. And yet these are things that should be specified in our MOUs, that workers should be able to get together once in a while, talk about issues that matter, and advocate for them, maybe with their missions, with their embassies. And of course, women are even more negatively affected. Men also work under the kafil, depending on the work they are doing, especially if it is in a home, but women are more affected negatively and they are susceptible to physical abuse, personal abuse, because they live in the homes of these employers, which is outside of public scrutiny and limited recourse to justice in the name or in the face of exploitation. And when we are talking about slavery, earlier we focused on the slavery convention. I mean, this system can facilitate modern day slavery, especially in the case of women who are staying in these homes. Wake up at 3 a.m., start on the work, by 1 a.m., 1 p.m., the food must be ready, get it ready, get the kids ready. So all kinds of abuses are possible, including slavery. We've had the instances, the cases, the stories of abuse and even removal of organs. I don't want to say I didn't come across a story on that, but there have been those ones in the media. Yes, some reflections. There's a hand up.
Nora.
Yes, Nora. Is it an old hand? Okay, maybe it was an old hand. What are some of the GBV experiences of migrants that I'd also like to highlight? One thing that I'd like to emphasize is that the experiences of GBV are worse for persons who are not under proper regular migration. They are working through the licensed recruitment agencies. Often these individuals end up in countries in which Uganda has no bilateral labor agreement, okay? So most work is through the contact of one individual agent working in Uganda with another agent. The Ugandan agent processes the travel documents, including the visa. Then these individuals, as I mentioned earlier, mostly exit the country through Kenya, okay, rather than through the airport. So they are irregular, and Kenya serves as a trafficking route. So anything can happen. Anything can happen, either in transit or also when you get to that place. We've had cases of Ugandans who are told that there are jobs in India, jobs in Thailand, and then they end up in prostitution. You live knowing you're going to do domestic work or whatever work, and then you end up in prostitution. But there is less violence. That was the kafala system, which we mentioned earlier. The slide shows the kafala system. I put a picture there to show these women who are working in the closed settings, which is really like a cage. You cannot leave. But we also found in our study that men suffer less violence. Why? Most of the men live in dormitories, in common places, vis-a-vis the women who live in homes, and men have, therefore, because of that, they work in their warehouses, they take public transport to and from their places of residence, they have the freedom to move around. During the weekends or on their day offs, they can, walk around the shops. So they have their freedom, they have access to their phones, they can meet up with friends, meaning that they have a support network, okay? They can say if that place is not okay, you can do this. And there is that setup that really gives you that allowance. So there were less cases of violence. We didn't come across any for the men that we interviewed. The men were happy with the labor opportunity, and they indicated that they would want to return for work. Then I want to talk about violence upon return. Why do people return from work other than, the expiry of your visa, which is the 2-year? For some, they are compelled by illness arising out of, poor health care. We had cases of workers not being taken to the health center until it was too late. Just you having to rely on the medical cabinet within the homes. So for some of them, it is illness. They are no longer able to work, and they are returned back home. Some of them, it was the cases of abuse that they couldn't handle, the mistreatment. Some of them, there are also cases of disability. But also, for some of the women, they told us that they returned to sort of respond or address the issue of infidelity of their spouses back home. This either emotional and psychological abuse. You hear that your husband has married a new wife. So that hurry back home. Some cases, some women said, no, I said I wanted to go home and save my marriage. So these are gender dimensions of migration. A woman will have a choice to work, but she says, no, let me go home and return to my marriage. That said, women who manage to leave the country and go to work, the ones that we interviewed, they enjoy a higher degree of agency. You could clearly see a higher degree of choice upon return. They were better off. They were the ones we interacted with. They were well-dressed. They had a sense of confidence and security with increased access to personal income. This comes with empowerment, and it often stimulates change in the women themselves, okay? by enhancing their material and economic independence. They were able to do things for themselves. They came home with some money for capital. Even their social status, they said that improved in their community. You come back with some money, you build a home for yourself, you can take your kids to school, you start a small business. So enhanced social status, personal autonomy to do decision making, self-confidence, and even bargaining power. They mentioned these are some of the things that were different when they came back home. So those who managed to make it back home and had come home with some money and wanted to stay had better options within their family settings. So the migration left them better than when they had gone, especially if they had a complete 2-year period, rather than the ones who had left, for example, because of illness or disability, because of just this impromptu leaving, who had planned their stay. There's a quote that I give there. My husband feels annoyed that I built a house, and he always makes me feel bad when I complain about something. But I know that he's a beneficiary of my hard work. I plan to go back, and I know that he will not be happy. I want to get more money so that I pay school fees for my children. Okay, so this was a lady that we talked to in 2022. I think all or almost all the people that we talked to, even those who had suffered violence and abuse, always want to go back. Or even those who have suffered and have the worst stories, when they return here for 6 months, they've spent all their money, conditions at home are no different, they always aspire to return back to the Middle East for work. So strangely, maybe it's actually, I shouldn't say strangely, with all these abuses, the returnees always want to return. We didn't find a single person, whether male or female, who didn't hope to return at some point. So those are some of the experiences that we have come across during our studies on migration. That really, I thought I would share with you some of the gender dimensions and also the repercussions of women on the economic stability, on choice, on agency for women that had gone to work in the Gulf countries. At this point, I'd like to invite any reflections. If you've had any different stories, focusing on violence against women, and what you think really this is impacting on our community as Uganda, as a local community, as young women. I'd like to hear some of your stories. So kindly share.
I have a hand from Omega.
Omega?
Well, my particular reflection would be on just in relation to the kafala system and how it, of course, has challenges with mobility and all that. But then also, I was with a colleague, Shainaz and Kisha here, and we were just wondering, what do the section reproductive health rights of migrant workers during the course of employment, what does that look like? Because if you're in a room, say for 2 years, there was that story that you shared of the lady that says that they gave her medicine not to have any form of sexual appetite. That's a whole other conversation. But if your section reproductive health rights are being curtailed straight from home here, with the injection and insemination of materials against your will, because if they say that you can't, if to go you have to take this medicine, then already you're already under some form of duress. So these companies, by the time they can do that, it means they have stripped in studies. You go knowing that this is a part of your life that is not going to happen. It is going to be non-existent for the time that you're working. By the time you reach, it is only just reinforcement. But already you are in that psychological loop of knowing that, okay, during this time frame, I'm not going to be sexually active. For the time that I'm sexually active, say for instance, through rape, someone rapes you and that is your form of sexual activity, what is your SRHR right in that particular sense? Imagine you are sexually abused and your abuser is the one giving you the contraceptives, or even the one choosing the mode of contraception for it is just it's quite problematic. Then the other one was when Dr. Zahara was sharing, and she was talking about violence in Uganda itself, that even before we go to speaking about migrant workers, the status of women here in Uganda, because it's truly a pandemic, like you described it. Just we saw recent stories. The URA boss who beat his wife into a coma, the witch that raped 5 of his daughters, the old man was being carried outside court premises, the story of Daniela Team, some singer called Alien Skin slapping someone on a radio, at a radio station. Someone has invited you. They are hosts in their own right. This is their employment. You've come to tap into that opportunity that this radio show host has opened for you. But if there is a question that has offended you in your gender privilege, you feel you can slap this person. So there is no way you can appreciate. You can't appreciate migrant workers' rights if even this is the state that we live in here. So those are just my few reflections.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Interesting, really. On the issue of the sexual and reproductive health rights, that's a difficult one. Remember, you're going to the Gulf countries that follow Islamic culture. Not only must you dress and conform to Islamic dress, but you must also conform the culture. There is no sexual relations outside of what? Marriage. And that attracts very serious penalties. So sexual reproductive health rights, as in sexual relations with a boyfriend, difficult. Except if you're both living in that hostel as a girl and you have work, you have work and you're staying in that hostel, and then you can come up with an arrangement. But it's also tricky, especially if you're not married, unless you contract a marriage. I've had cases of people who get there and get married. So sexual and reproductive health rights in terms of, this includes, for example, the right to sexual relations, the right to contraceptives, the right to have children. These are not possible because they do a pregnancy test when you're living so that you're not pregnant. So how are you going to be pregnant? So no sexual relations. It's totally different. It's a different culture and it's difficult. So there is still more work. I think what I can say is that there is more work for our governments to do. Remember, people are going as youth. You're going as a 24-year-old to work for the next 10 years. These are your reproductive years. So when are you going to come back and have children? So are these things that we can start to talk about and negotiate in our MOUs? Can a girl take off a year, have a baby, come back and continue with, So there is still more that we need to do as a country. But also the issue of the pandemic of gender-based violence or violence against women. So many examples on a daily that I'm seeing on social media. A man is beating up a woman. I've also seen women beating up men. And it's funny how when the woman is beating the man, then social media is like, oh my God, this is so terrible. But how many cases are there? It's a drop in the ocean for the woman to be the one who is the aggressor. Mostly the man is the aggressor. But then I ask myself the question, who is filming? There is someone who's filming and this whole episode is playing out and, so, it's like, it's okay. It's okay. the case of, is it P. Diddy or whatever, how he was abusing his government. I mean, this is not only common to Uganda alone, it's everywhere, but that's why I was saying that we need to start also from the international. The fact that violence against women was not found as a human rights issue until 1993. That is so late. We didn't even see it make its way into our Women's Convention. So there is work to be done at the international level. There is work to be done at the regional. There is work to be done at the international level. How can we, in this day and age, be talking about reintroducing female genital mutilation at a country level in 2024? Outrageous. So there's work to be done, ladies, lawyers, not only at individual level for clients that walk into our offices, but also, in association with organizations such as FIDA, where we can do joint advocacy on, for example, these MOUs that we are signing to ensure more rights for these young men and women who are going to the Middle East. Any other reflections, colleagues? If there are no more, I think it's more.
I have one.
Oh, okay. Yes, let's have it. Who's that?
This is Victoria.
Yes, Victoria.
Yes, so for me, what I've reflected is this. One, I've noticed that the domestic workers and how they are treated in Uganda is a clear reflection of how domestic workers are generally treated outside Uganda. So we have to first look within our setting here in Uganda and how we treat these workers within our homes. The first thing I've noticed there is social protection of workers, domestic and even in these Arab countries. One, I've noticed that most of the workers in the domestic setting here in Uganda are usually underage. They are young children. They don't have any access to education and those other rights that accrue to a child. Then also, I've noticed the different challenges faced by the Ugandan migrant workers in the Arab countries, especially in the domestic setting, because one, they don't have any kind of consultation with any maybe migrant lawyers. Then also there is no social welfare. There are no welfare checks and reports being submitted back to the government of Uganda. So the government of Uganda might know on a lower scale the condition of the workers in these countries, but there are no reports being brought in about their welfare. Then the other issue I wanted to comment about is the enforcement of FGM laws in Uganda. For the time that I was working in Kabong district, I made some few consultations with the elders there because we thought it was something that was actually happening in Kabong district in comparison to the Park district. And one thing that they highlighted is the fact that it's up to the leaders or the cultural leaders to now influence the behavior of the people doing this practice. For example, in Kabong, when it comes to tests of marriages, different ethnic groups, different tribes, in different regions, even within Karamoja, have their own tests on why they have their own reasons why they perform FGM. And specifically in Kabong, it reached a point whereby it was you are no longer a suitable maybe person or woman to actually be picked for marriage if you had undergone FGM. And slowly like that, it was actually kicked out. Maybe there are some people who practice it when they cross the borders through Kenya, but that's how the number of FGM cases actually reduced in Kabong. Then the other thing I wanted to also comment about is the incorporation of legal training of the Ugandan migrant workers during their industrial training before they actually deploy to these other Arab countries. So maybe we could make recommendations so that these labor companies can actually incorporate this basic legal training for their workers before they depart. I was also thinking that because I've noticed that some refugees, okay, this one is now I'm juxtaposing this, sorry. Okay, I'm comparing access to legal services by refugees in some of the developed countries and then access to legal services by migrant workers who are specifically from Uganda. We understand that technology can bridge this gap, but because of the lapse in communication, like you talked about, usually they cannot even access this information because some things you can actually Google and get the information, but that lapse in communication also closes them out. Because I know they've developed some chatbots that help people access even legal information without physically consulting a lawyer. Then also, I think interventions, if at all NGOs are to collaborate with the government, interventions should focus on more of a preventive approach than response, because sometimes by the time you respond, the person physically cannot be brought back to Uganda. Some of them actually commit suicide. Sometimes they suffer health repercussions, the loss of their organs. So I think we could focus on prevention more than response. Then also another thing from talking to these migrant workers that return to Uganda is the loss of their property. I feel like they cannot really enforce their property rights because at the time of departure, they've left some property behind, but in the care of like family and friends, and they did not even consult a lawyer. They don't know any legal protections that accrue to their property when they've left. And also the issue of remittance of money back to their family and friends to acquire property for them, to maybe refurbish their homes. You find that they usually take advantage of them because they don't have any form of supervision. No one is there to help them, and they cannot even report any of these cases to lawyers because they don't have access to the lawyers, and they just do not know that such services exist. So this one can focus on enforcing of economic rights against family and friends. Then also the other issue I want to talk about is the issue of emotional neglect, because you find that because of this lapse of communication, they don't have any type of bond with their children they've left at home. Many of them live when they have very young children at home, and there is no regular communication with their families. They cannot communicate with lawyers. Like form of communication with their family back in Uganda, and this can be tracked also through the Ugandan authorities. And then they also need psychosocial support to deal with the effects of separation from their families, because this can go on for a long period of time. That's all I had.
Thank you very much, Victoria. You have taken us very well into the afternoon session because I think you've started us very, very well onto some of the things that we can do, the legal aid, what do we do to protect the remittances, what is the role of the lawyers. Thank you very much for giving us so many of those points, and I know that this session is recorded. I'm hoping that FIDA Uganda will take up some of these. As well as some of you, what we can do at an individual level. But they're very useful, and I think they give us a good entry point into the discussion in the afternoon. So at this point, let me thank you so much for this session. I think it has given us a good look into the practical direct experiences of violence against female migrant workers in the Middle East, from the stories and the reports that we have shared. The next is to look at how to prevent and address the violence. Now that we know the framework, the patterns and trends, we've discussed the manifestations of violence against female migrant workers. Now, how do we deal with this violence against women? What are the roles? What are the different responsibility levels? That is the conversation that we are going to have after our break. Thank you very much for your audience, for your attendance and participation. And let's meet in the afternoon, or it's already afternoon. But I would like to hand over back to Lynette. Thank you very much, ladies.
Thank you, Dr. Zahara. And so, yes, I think we shouldn't take a very long break now, so we don't lose our nice momentum. Let's meet back here in exactly 20 minutes at 12:30. So let's take a short break, and then we do it together at exactly at 12:30, 20 minutes from now, and for our final session, which will also be an interactive group work session. And so see you all at 12:30. Thank you. Welcome back from the short break, everyone. And so we are now going to enter into our third and final session for the day. And those of you who regularly attend our CLE trainings know that we try to find a balance between teaching and various learning methods. And so our last session for the day is dedicated to group work. And that provides an opportunity for those who participated to actually debate and think and discuss with colleagues what can be done, what are the measures that can be taken, and that from the perspectives of various actors. So I'd like to draw your attention to the chat. And if you open up the chat, you will see that we have our group work question. And this question is, which are the key actors within the categories that we will now discuss that are responsible for regulating and responding to violence against female migrant workers? So the three categories, each of these categories will be discussed in the three breakout groups that we will be entering into. And so our blue breakout room will be led by Keisha Kenyangi, and they will be discussing the actors within national governments, like at the national level government of Uganda, who are the actors that are responsible for regulating and responding to violence against female migrant workers. And so that is the blue group. And they will also be discussing the existing structures, mechanisms, and strategies that can be used to eliminate violence against female migrant workers. That's a question for all of the three groups. And our second group, which is our green group, and will be led by Elizabeth Kimidisha, and that will be that group will be assigned to discuss the key actors within the international sector that are responsible, once again, for regulating and responding to violence against female migrant workers. And then they will also be answering this overall question of what are the existing structures, mechanisms, and strategies that can be used to eliminate violence against female migrant workers. And then the third group, that is the red group. It will be led by Omeka Aloyo, and they will be discussing in the same way the private sector and the actors that are responsible and who is it that we are to hold accountable for the current state of things in the private sector, and also the existing structures, mechanisms, and strategies that can be used. And so we will give these groups 15 to 20 minutes of discussion time, and after which each of the groups can select one person who can report back to the bigger meeting. And any questions and really matters that are arising for the discussion and from the individual group discussions can then be opened up to the larger group, and also for comments and feedback from Dr. Zahara. And so you'll be automatically redirected to join one of these three groups, and we have assigned all participants into these three groups. So please, if you get any option of joining a group, there's any screen that pops up, do you consent to joining the group? Please join the group, and then the group leaders, Omeka, Elizabeth, Keisha, will take it from there. And yeah, so our 20 minutes will start now. And so we will be back in the bigger room at 12:55. And so I hope you have very good and interesting and meaningful discussions. Thank you.
Hello everyone. Consulate Deborah and Flavia and Susan Baruka, please join the groups that you are assigned to.
Domestic work. Because currently domestic work is not regulated. And I find that most of the people that actually find themselves victimized just with the for the international civil domestic campaign in place. Thank you to all the us. That's what I'm that. So that's really what I
good job at this meeting. It was very participatory, and each one of you in this room, I want to believe, gave us your honest feedback. And with the information that we have received from this meeting, we are going to go back as a secretariat and improve and revise the draft resource book as we have it. And we are going to, in the process of revising the resource book, we are definitely going to be using some of the people that we have in this room. So when we call upon you, please give us the help that we come looking for. We are going to come to some of you to point us in the direction of case law and practice. And when we finish revising the draft, we shall have a technical working group meeting at which some of you we'll ask you again to join us for that technical working group meeting, including some of you who were not part of previous meetings.
Hello, Agnes. Please join the group that you are assigned to.
Shall go back to the group, the presentation.
Welcome back, everybody. I hope this was,
but go to that page.
I hope it was a very good and meaningful discussion. And I hope it was enough time, because I know the groups were not very, very big, so we felt that there would be sufficient time for everyone to really air their views, ask their questions in 15 to 20 minutes. So at this point, I think we can hear back from our three different groups. And first, we would like to hear back from the blue group that was led by Keisha. We discussed the actors within national government and within the national structure, as well as the systems and mechanisms that can prevent and address violence against labour migrants. So as Keisha Claudia, the person from your group reporting back, we'd be happy to hear from you.
Thank you, everybody. I hope I can be heard.
My name is Kesha. I'll be the one presenting for Group 1. Claudia is currently seated at court, so she can't really engage. When we were looking at the role that the government and government actors can play, we realized that, yes, the international and the private sector are important, but without the government's input, we have no regulation, and without that, we also have no implementation. We know in Uganda there are certain forms of gender protections we have, but because the protections that the people who are here to implement, the people who are here to protect, which is government, are not doing their side of the story. So you find that even if we have, let's say we ratify the part of the CEDAW that we were talking about, the General Recommendation number 19, ratification is important, but who would implement it? Who would be in place to say this is how we are going to make sure that the agencies are protecting remittances? This is how we are going to make sure that passports are protected. This is how we are going to make sure that the bodies are returned. We know that our government is not really what's the word I can use? For lack of a better word, they are not paying attention to this issue because of either what they gain or they have bigger problems. Again, as we talked about in the previous session, how the FGM laws were put on the back burner because of elections. If the government is not put in a position where they are bothered about what is happening, the private sector can do a lot of work, but in our opinion, in our discussion, it would not go as far as the government putting in place actual laws and then actual implementation mechanisms that would be able to protect these women. Because a simple one that we can look at right now is having the agencies protect remittances. We know what the situation that the women in is very dire, but the fact is they went to make money. How much more worse is on their side? Those who make it back, they don't have the money that they were told they were making. It's gone, or they gave it to such and such a person and they used it in the wrong way, or they were duped by the company into thinking that 100% of their money would stay theirs when the company has been taking off 50%. If we could regulate at least the thing that these women have gone to get, then they will be in a position to start saying that, okay, let us move to this. And also one thing we realized, in Uganda, a lot of the elites do not take this as a social issue because what we are saying is happening in Oman and these other countries is exactly what's happening here. If we are being honest, everybody has had a story about a different family member or someone in the public eye treating their domestic workers poorly, or not paying them, or withholding payments, or even sexually assaulting them. We all know that there are men in this Kampala who have assaulted their domestic workers. Women have covered up for their sons assaulting domestic workers. This cannot be, again, the people who will need to have the same social conscience to say, let's put in place a law or implementation structures to protect these women who they are 5,000 miles away, when the ones that they are dealing with now are being abused in very similar manners and the government is not doing that much to change it. It also stops us from having that level of bargaining power that maybe a different country would have. In my opinion, it's not easy to go and start telling the government of the UAE that actually we care about how you're treating these people when they know for a fact that you don't, because the examples from your home country are very similar, you know? So on the side of that, what we came up with was the government needs to have better structures in place, and also nationally, not just internationally, because we don't really have that much leg to stand on when we see the state of affairs here for domestic workers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Keisha. Is there any responses from the larger group to what Keisha has shared, or any contrary views, I would say, about who the actors are and the existing structures, mechanisms, strategies within government that can be used and that should be doing more than what they are currently doing to protect the rights of labour migrants? Do we have any other views from the larger group? Dr. Zahara, would you want to give feedback to the group, or we move on? All right, I think at this point we can move on to the next group. Yeah, so our second group was led by Elizabeth, the Green Group, and they discussed the international sector and responsibility within the international sector. So Elizabeth and team, over to you.
Yes, Vivian from our team is going to be presenting for us. Vivian.
So, for the international, the international.
Vivian, are you there to kindly present our points? Yes.
So yeah, but I'm here, but I don't know if you can hear me properly.
Yes, Vivian, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. So for the international B2B, this the international labor organizations. Okay, they are supposed to like come together with these agencies which take people abroad in order to cooperate to cooperate so that the so that if people leave Uganda like under a certain agency, they are we are certain that someone is like handling their issues as they are the other side, and also the UN agencies should come up with binding laws which are supposed to which are supposed to be binding to these companies which take people abroad, and also we are supposed to the the international labor organization is supposed to support the national to come up with a national gathering so that people come together and okay, in case someone wants to get a connection of which agencies give good services, which agencies are reliable. These gatherings, people are able to meet up and get connected to the proper agencies.
And would anyone from the Green Group like to supplement? And what has been the feedback you say?
Yes, Lynette. Yes, thank you, Vivian, for sharing some of our points we discussed. For ILO, members had proposed that because they're an international organization that has severally set standards for different human rights issues that touch labor, that perhaps but there are particular standards that the ILO can send for national governments to follow. But also was saying that since ILO has set up offices in most countries that they are supporting, that there is deliberate support from ILO to national governments to align their national legislation to fit the international standards to respond to needs, to the unique needs that women face because of their interaction or because of the work that they do in those other countries that we are talking about. We've also said in terms of international level, also the UN coming in to set standards. Here, some of the examples we were giving was the effort being put into the UN Binding Treaty on Business and Human Rights, which is also a response to the evolving regime of business and human rights work that is happening, not just in Africa, but all over. So we were also saying that the UN could come in to support in terms of setting a standard at that level, something like what they are doing with the UN Binding Treaty on Business and Human Rights, and going away from the GPs that we have always had to work with. And then the second question, which was, hello, Vivian, do you want to share for the second question before perhaps any other member can come in to share? Deborah and Chemtai.
Oh, okay. Yeah, for the second, I had forgotten about the second question, but it is about the strategies to eliminate. So, uh, they are supposed to come up with the directives. These directives are like standing laws, which are supposed to guide people on like the procedures. Like, okay, procedures are supposed to be laid down in these directives so that people know like the proper order of how if one is going to like go through the procedure, go abroad, what these procedures are supposed to guide these companies and the people who are going to go abroad. And also like there should be like data about these private agencies which take people abroad, so that the government knows these people properly. Like you just you just don't go to abroad with an agency which is not known. Like it's not in the data for the agencies which are supposed to take people abroad.
I think Chemtai.
Thank you, Vivian,
and before she comes in, there's one thing that we reflected on, Chemtai.
Oh, yes. So on current existing mechanisms, we talked about if we could have a full database of these companies that are taking people abroad so that we can be able to track as a country. And then we mentioned a directorate where we can have a fully dedicated directorate in the government, in the current existing Ministry of Labor, that has its own budget, that has its own staff dedicated to monitoring and ensuring that the women that are taken to go and work as migrant workers are fully protected, and there is a coordination between our country and the countries that are receiving these people. Yeah, so on current existing structures, I think that's what we discussed mainly.
Lynette, maybe before you leave our group, we also had a reflection we couldn't be able to, a reflection really that we thought would share with members, especially those that litigate, sort of guide us on issues of jurisdiction, of courts on handling labor disputes out of Uganda. I know the industrial court is mandated with handling labor issues, but I don't think the industrial court has mandate, right, from the LADASA to be able to handle these cases. We were not very sure, so we just thought we'd throw it to the group, also speak about what exactly practically a legal process would look like, or a court process would look like, issues of jurisdiction, where there are contracts, where there are no contracts, and how far the hand of the law from Uganda can go in enforcing any court remedies in those countries, or vice versa.
Thank you, Elizabeth. A good question, even though we don't have an answer. Okay, thank you very much to the Green Group and your discussion on the duties of the international sector. So I think we can move on to the final group, which is the Red Group that was led by Omeka, and that discusses the same questions, but really applicable to the private sector. What are the responsibilities and who are the actors that we can hold accountable in respect of the private sector, and also what are the structures, mechanisms, and strategies within the private sector that can be used to eliminate violence against migrant workers. So Omeka and team, we're looking forward to hearing from you.
Hi, Lynette, you can hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Mecca.
Okay, so ours was for the private sector, and different members deliberated and shared different private sector players that they think are crucial to protecting the rights of migrant workers. The first one is, of course, the licensed export companies, because they're the first people to interface with the ladies. Just give me a minute, yeah? Can you hear me better?
Yes, we can hear you,
Okay.
Mecca.
So these licensed export companies are the ones who first interface with these ladies, and even because their interface is very unique in a sense that the power dynamics there are, I'm going to change your life. So the ladies are already vulnerable just from that point of interfacing with a very capitalistic entity that wants to use you for money. So we have to look into how to regulate these companies and how to regulate. Of course, there are regulations on how they do their work, but we regulate how they relate with the workers. So just sort of looking into the manuals and the manuals that they use to operate. What are the current laws in place of which they are there, and what are the loopholes in those particular laws in the private companies' manuals, to make sure that their manuals are extremely aligned with both international and domestic statutes. So, for instance, I remember Faith was raising issues of orientation. In their manual, there has to be clear issues of orientation, understanding your contracts. You have to train those licensed companies on how they can put gender at the forefront of their relations with the migrant workers, so that knowingly or unknowingly, they are not the first abusers. Because we may think the abuse happens there when it actually begins right here. So even with those companies, to know what are to train the workers on what are their referral pathways. Okay, we are sending you, but how do you reach out back to us in case your passport or work permit has been taken? How do you sort of go through this unique employment experience? The second one that we identified were trade unions. I know there is a national organization of trade unions and different trade unions. The beauty with trade unions is you have that collective bargain. So I saw in Dr. Zahara's presentation, there was that picture of the minister shaking hands with someone from a country from the Gulf, but those are the only two people in the picture. There has to be a representative from a trade union at the very least to say that these employees belong to some sort of workers in a particular field, and we are representing them, and they are part of a workforce that is huge and belongs to this country, and their rights actually matter to us. So to make sure that trade unions are always at the forefront of some of this, I don't know why people don't like trade unions, but I think if you were to really look at how far they could protect their workers' interests and even their workers' comfort and happiness, they could be such a key player. Very related to the trade unions is the migrant workers associations. I'm not well read in this particular field. I don't know if the migrant workers have associations, especially the women, because if the trade unions can lobby for the migrant workers, imagine how much more the migrant workers themselves, both workers that have been to countries in the Gulf and returned and had experiences of violence, workers that are hoping to go. Yeah.
Becca, is that all from you and from your group? Is there anyone who would like to supplement?
Yeah. No, but we're not yet done. Sorry. But the migrant workers. I think I muted myself by mistake. But so the migrant workers themselves, the thing about the migrant workers is, I don't want to speak for them. I don't have any capacity to speak for them, maybe just as a fellow woman, but they have to recognize that their work has value, and it is money and it is monetary, just like the same way someone would go in a shop and sell. Yeah. So we need to look into the migrant workers organizing, because just imagine there was a labor export company of which Dr. Zahara mentioned that migrant work has been feminized. The word is feminized, I'm not so conversant with it, but that word, it's mostly female workers. So imagine we have a labor export company that is predominantly female, or has huge female representation, or just imagine a labor export company that was set up by former workers. They know their challenges, they know how to represent themselves, they know how to speak for themselves. Those are people that should be in the room when MOUs are being signed. So yeah, they would speak to certain aspects much better. Say for instance, if we sat down with top leaders in this country and said, if someone got stuck, what would be their referral pathways? Very many people would not know. But you may find that the workers there have their own sort of underground channels as to how they approach the violence and abuse that they are facing. And they have their own reporting mechanisms. They have their review methods. If you're not allowed to have a phone in a house, if your documentation has been taken, it means you have to resort to a certain type of way of life to survive. So the migrant workers themselves need to have associations where their value is placed so high because it is the equivalent of work. It's supposed to be valued and treated as such. Then media groups, this one, I think they have done their job so far in as far as this topic is concerned. They have told the stories and they have told them in a very elaborate manner all over. And these are private companies, you can imagine. So training, I remember still members from our group were saying that training media groups to report these stories as is. What are the challenges? How do you go through like having a gender perspective when you're looking at migrant work? What should we report? How do you cast light on this particular issue? And focusing particularly on the women because they're the ones that are most affected. Then we have the international companies. These ones have a lot of power, the private companies. I remember I just read right now during the training that before FIFA hosted the World Cup in Qatar, there were so many issues that came about. Why? Because it was FIFA. It was bringing a lot of business to the region, to the hotel, to the whole hotel chain. And so when someone has something like that to offer on the table, and if they could take it away, human rights abusers would listen and change. Then I think those particular companies, private companies, need to take a stand. It does not matter that the migrant work is not coming from their regions because the migrant work is coming from third world countries. So it cannot be that because the migrant work is coming from third world countries, you're going to shun this. I think companies need to take such a bold stand. If you have a product in that country and this country has gross human rights violations, recall your product. Recall your product and at least have some sort of footing to say that we are human rights centered organization and we believe in these rights. When it comes to say other rights and other gross human violations against people from certain regions or from certain areas, they will do this. But in this particular instance where the migrant work is not considered from their regions, they will just sort of shun away. So that FIFA example was very, very crucial to me. It was very enlightening to me because it just showed me that if these companies chose, mostly the big conglomerates, if they chose to take a stand, we would have something there. Of course, the referral pathways, that would be part two of the question. Of course, you have this particular one was so tricky. What are the existing structures, mechanisms, and strategies that can be used to eliminate violence against female migrant workers? I don't even I don't even know. It looks like such an easy question, but the existing structures from our conversation today, I don't even know if they're existing structures. If they exist, how are they working? So you would feel tempted to say the normal answers. Of course, the ministerial offices, you'd want to say the police, but what is the equivalent of a police if you are a citizen in a foreign land? And the police say has different cultural beliefs and value systems from you, or it is sort of like we discussed a lordship tenure or system. So I don't know, maybe this would be my question to Dr. Zahara, to just understand what are those existing structures for these people, because this one I really don't know. I really don't know. Yeah. And the group, we didn't get this far because we were still on part 1 of the section. So for part 2, maybe unless there is any other group member that would really want to contribute to this section. Yeah, this particular one, no, we don't have the answer. I would like to learn.
Okay, thank you, Emeka. Is there anyone else from the group who would like to contribute, or can we open up the floor and also really hand back to Dr. Zahara? Okay, well, I think that will be it then from the reporting back from the groups. So, Dr. Zahara, do you have? We would love to hear your responses and also the answers to some of the difficult questions that was posed.
Okay, colleagues, thank you very much for the discussion, the very interesting perspectives that came out from the 3 groups. You introduced new actors that I had not thought about, like the trade unions. That is a new one, so thank you. Even new strategies, like the stakeholder participation, having other actors involved as these bilateral agreements are being concluded. So thank you very much for thinking widely and deeply. I also have no answers, unfortunately. Fair enough. But I will make some proposals and together, because this is a new emerging area. We haven't had this much exodus of people leaving the country, so it's an area that the government has to think about, but also as lawyers, we have to position ourselves and see how we support the government, but also the clients and potential clients. So it's a work in progress to keep thinking about how best we can work. Before I give some proposals on I'd like to mention that the focus of our CLE session was preventing and addressing violence against Ugandan migrant workers. So we need to be thinking about prevention, meaning preventative measures that prevent, that stop the violence from happening in the first place, but also then specific interventions, direct interventions that address violence that has happened. And in so doing, we also need to take an expansive approach to our understanding of violence against women. So going back to our definition as per the Domestic Violence Act, where we are not confined to that narrow understanding of violence as being physical or sexual. Young men come back and they are mentally unstable, emotional, number of homes that are broken, number of children that are left parentless. So we need to be expansive in our thought so that we're able to help as many people as possible. That said, let me now go to the different actors. On the national stroke government of Uganda, I had thought about 2 major actors. One is the government of Uganda, broadly, and the second actor was the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development, as the key duty bearer, the line ministry in charge on this issue. How do we as lawyers support the government of Uganda or advocate for change and reforms, either individually as lawyers, as in our law firms, or even as organizations, Uganda Law Society. I think it's, first of all, I think one of the issues that has come out key is the issue of the laws. You know that, yeah, we are talking about all these things, but, if you're dealing with a country that has not ratified, that has not signed, what do you have to do? So I think, first of all, internally, as a country, we need to ensure proper migration procedures through legislative and administrative means internally as a country. How are we doing internally? So, for example, advocating for the passing of relevant laws and policies internally. What is happening to our policy on migration? Are we implementing the recruitment regulations? So internally, we need to ensure that we are enforcing, implementing migration procedures through the legislative and administrative means. So that is something that we need to do internally to get our house in order, support the government to have proper reforms and developments within the legal and policy framework to ensure that we are good with migration. Our employment bill, there's an employment bill. Does it take care of migration, issues of migration outside the country? So we need to start with that, because that is how then you get accountability, especially internally. But also, the other issue is to ensure that we advocate for the signing of bilateral agreements only with countries that have ratified human rights instruments, the key human rights instruments. There should be a checklist that if you're signing an MOU, the Legal Counsel for Ministry of Gender, the other lawyers, who are interested, ensure that the MOU is only with the country that has ratified. If a country hasn't ratified the minimum, human rights bill, then really we should have no place signing bilateral agreements with such countries, because where are we giving our citizens to? So that should be something that also we are working towards generally as the government of Uganda. The issue of border porousness. Our borders are porous. People are able to sneak through. We are trafficking our young men and women, supporting our border legislation and administrative procedures. So they need to control our borders effectively and securely to prevent unlawful migration and trafficking. These are broad. These are sort of like long-term and more indirect, but they're things that we need to work with within the government of Uganda. Identify the actors that are relevant and see how we can have those necessary collaborations and put that necessary the need for establishing of these missions. Why do you send your citizens to a country where you have no mission? Where is the starting point for accountability and control? So as a checklist, you are signing an MOU with a country, but ensure you have a mission there, okay? So that at least as a starting point, this mission can verify the workers who are coming in and it can be able to monitor their conditions. So advocating for establishment of missions in labor receiving countries abroad. Related to this is placing of specific personnel, legal attaches, labor attaches, gender attaches in all these countries, in the missions where these migrants are located. Even if we do mission, can we at least have these individuals where at least people who have issues have a place to fall back on, okay? So we need these attaches in all these countries where migrants are going. And lastly, under the Immigration and Citizenship Control Act, we need to support, as lawyers, the country to keep records and monitor nationals living abroad. We need to do migration surveys. How many people are out there? The information should be updated. When we try to do the studies, some of the information had to come by from the Ministry of Gender. It should be updated to know how many people are living every month, how many are out there, which countries they are in, okay? Even gender disaggregated, how many male, female, ages, and even the producing communities. We should know that many people are coming from northern Uganda, so that we're able to actually identify the issues why people are leaving to go from Kasese or from Moroto, wherever. So we need this disaggregated data to be able to help us plan as a country. The importance of data in protection of migrants was highlighted by the Uganda Human Rights Commission. We spoke to the Director Monitoring and Inspections, Madam Ruth Sechindi, and she gave us this quote, that even the Commission needs numbers, names, faces, locations to be able to track these workers and protect them. That way we can know which of our people have been trafficked. We need to know from which areas migrants are likely to originate. When you look at the trends, there are areas where most of these girls are coming from. How do you ensure that you do sensitization and create these communities which are producing large numbers, that are mainly sending their children to the Middle East? So the issue of data, records, and which also guides the monitoring. Now, the other agency is the Ministry of Gender, Labor, and Social Development. Number one is to operationalize the recruitment regulations. They are good for a start. For example, ensuring that labor companies that are only licensed if they comply with the law. They have their deposits in the bank. They have been inspected. They have a legal person who's looking at the contracts. They are advising. They are ensuring proper training. Then there is also the Resource and External Employment Unit under this ministry, under the Department of Employment Services, which is entrusted to lead on the enforcement of these regulations. We need to ensure that this unit is resourced, has proper information. We are good at setting up these mechanisms, but as to operationalize them is another thing. So as a key point under the Ministry of Gender, we need to advocate. So going forward, look at the regulations, see what are the action points that we can take up. Who knows how this unit is staffed? What is its resource capacity? What can it do? That is a key action point. The other thing that I thought is important is coordination of stakeholders. There are many stakeholders here, the export companies, the recruitment companies. There's the Ministry of Foreign Affairs that is doing the documentation. There's the International Organization for Migration, which is the responsible UN agency. There's the Airport Civil Aviation Authority. There's the Joint Intelligence Committee. There are so many, stakeholders that need to be brought on the table to say that for you, how many have you received who have been trafficked? How many visas have you given out? How many passports have you given out as Minister of Foreign Affairs? What trends are you seeing in the Organization for Migration? How many young people are coming from Uganda, and all these things. So we need to be talking to each other, and therefore we need to be supporting the Ministry of Gender to undertake its coordination function. Now, and these, by the way, are non-exhaustive. We can add on to the list as we build this area. When we move to the international sector, what I found were the foreign missions. The foreign missions are really our eye and ear out there as the workers are going out there to the Gulf states. What is it that we should be doing or supporting them? What should they be doing? The foreign missions have the duty to register Ugandan nationals in order to support adequate record keeping and monitoring. So updating, ensuring an updated database of workers and monitoring them, what conditions are they in, which areas have they gone to of the different Gulf countries, but also providing information to migrants who are resident in the specific countries, information on gender-based violence, information on the laws of the host country, this amounts to violence, this doesn't. So I think that the Uganda's foreign missions play a key role, or they have the potential to play a key role. So we need to find a way to engage with the government to ensure that these foreign missions exist in the first place, but also are doing the work that they need to be doing. And then we need to ensure that these missions also have a rapid response mechanism. In cases of violations, girls have had to leave their homes. They provide shelter and healthcare, quick healthcare. They can issue new passports in the case that these young people have had their documents confiscated. They can assist with the repatriation for victims of gender-based violence who are already there. Because the issue is, what can we do against gender-based violence for persons who are abroad? It's not that these persons are here, because if they are here, that would be another issue. Of course, then someone was mentioning the conflict of laws. How do you litigate on a violation that has happened beyond the boundaries of Uganda? But now we're talking about persons who are there and we are here. There are limitations, but we need to find a way to put our foot in the door. So we need to work with those actors who are placed there to be able to do the work that they need to do, enforcing the regulations, but also seeing that the government of Uganda is taking certain steps to ensure that at least those who are there have a minimum level of protection. In terms of the private sector, I identified two major actors. Those are the recruitment agencies, those who are rightly identified by the last group, I think it was the red group, and also NGOs, civil society. Lawyers need to oversee the work of these recruitment agencies to ensure that they are complying. Number one, that, for example, they are attaching resident supervisors. That is one of the requirements under the regulations, that they have resident supervisors for workers abroad. Okay, but you don't just send and forget because you're working with the recruitment agency in the Middle East. No, you need to have your own supervisor who is based there for purposes of the migrant workers keeping in touch. There are things like provision of translation services, offering support to workers that are distressed. So they need to be able to have their own persons there. We need as lawyers to engage with the Uganda Association of the External Recruitment Agencies, by the way, which even has an office, which has an executive director who is a lawyer herself. And we need to find a way of coordinating and working with this association. The external recruitment agencies, by the way, are very well organized. They have an association, they lobby the government. They're trying to do as much as they can, because remember, these are the organizations that are licensed. They don't want their business to be spoiled. So they want to ensure that as much as possible, they are working within the law. But as lawyers outside of this association, we need to find a way of working with this association, ensure proper and adequate service provision, ensure that they are following the regulations, things like pre-departure training, that those are happening. If a pre-departure training session should have a lawyer to talk about gender-based violence, okay, information on GBV. How many girls will know that, For example, psychological violence is violence, you know. Many people understand that violence is physical or sexual. So that would be something that you want to advocate for as lawyers. We need to see how they provide quick response to cases of gender-based violence, that these agencies provide shelters when girls are back, when young people are back, before they can go back into their communities. Maybe they need a shelter because they are not in the right frame of mind. Maybe they need medical treatment. Maybe you need to repatriate remains of an individual. So we need to work with these recruitment agencies. I also mentioned earlier that lawyers should be part of the pre-departure trainings. We need to be able to look at contracts to give balanced, so that people are aware of the information in the contracts, but also people have an informed, they make informed decisions on migration, okay? For example, one of the aspects that is never emphasized in what we found out is that the pre-departure trainings don't highlight the fact that these persons during training have a right to change their minds at any stage of that process. After the training of 14 days, someone should say, you know what, I've thought about all this, but I think I may not be able to manage. At that point, the recruitment agency has invested so much in a woman. They have done your tests, they have trained you, they have done this, they have processed your visa. They want you to leave because they want to earn that commission when you arrive in UAE. So they are not emphasizing that you can actually change your mind for fear of making a loss if you change your mind about the decision to migrate. And yet if we had a lawyer, that is something that they would emphasize. And really just to ensure that the laws are kept, okay? You know, that the contracts allow for people to retain, you know. Many times during the 14-day training, these persons who are aspiring to go don't even have access to their phones. So that at least the laws are kept, the people have their rights. So we need to have a presence within the training centers, and that is something that we can only do if we are working with the recruitment agencies. There's a quote there that I picked from a returnee, a respondent. She said that Ugandan women who try to fight justice either end up killed, going into prostitution, or going to prisons on false charges without rescue. That labor recruitment companies are exploiting desperate Ugandans with fake opportunities. They present applicants with fake agreements they sign before boarding. This is intended to give them no time to study the implications of such agreements. The victims realize after they have reached their places of destination that they have to reimburse the cost of their passports. You know, sometimes they say everything is free ticket, free, just come. And you know, they have to reimburse costs of air ticket and other expenses, lodging. Sometimes she mentioned between 7,000 to 9,000. So if you're going to reimburse 9,000 US dollars, that's 30 million. And remember, you're earning about 1 million a month for a woman, a domestic worker. So how much are you going to make? How are you going to be able to reimburse? So this keeps these workers in bondage to do whatever work they are presented, including demanding domestic work and prostitution without pay. And lawyers also through the Uganda Law Society should advocate for a 4-party contract, okay, between the employee, in Uganda and the agency in the receiving country, okay? Yes, a contract is between an individual, but a contract should bind 4 parties: the employee, the employer, the recruitment agency in Uganda, and the one in the receiving country, so that there is joint liability and joint responsibility for this individual. To ensure no violence, keep the documentation. If somebody is responsible, the Ugandan recruitment agency. So, and that can only be with, you know, the lawyer and looking at the terms. So that's something that we need to advocate for. Remember, migration is not going to go away tomorrow. It's going to increase. So it's something that we need to see as lawyers, how do we position ourselves? Lastly is the NGOs or civil society. How do we work to improve? How do we work to address? How do we work to prevent gender-based violence and violence against female migrant workers in the Gulf countries? This is mostly advocacy work as civil society. Review the existing labor migration framework and integrate gender-specific provisions for prevention of gender-based violence. Okay, for protection against gender-based violence, look at our migration frameworks, look at the recruitment regulations, and ensure that we have provisions there that ensure protection against GBV. We also need to undertake advocacy for ratification of key instruments. The first being the ILO Convention on Decent Work for Domestic Workers. Uganda needs to ratify this, but we also need to ensure that the receiving country of our labor has also ratified this, because if we are sending 1 million workers to Saudi Arabia alone, and this as a minimum, they should be able to sign this. So advocacy work. Then I also mentioned that we need to review bilateral labor agreements to ensure gender-specific protections. So at least the government should be able to bring NGOs, including legal advisors within NGOs on the table to look at MOUs to ensure that aspects of abuse, inequitable pay for men and women are catered for. I think it was the Green Group, or is it the Red Group again, that talked about legal aid. Of course, we have to continue to provide legal aid for intending migrants, intending those who are going. These are the things that are happening. From this information that you have received there, don't sit on it, go and if someone comes in and they want assistance with the passport or whatever, talk about the implications, talk about the trends and patterns, and also the returnees who have suffered abuses, being able to support them accordingly. Of course, continued advocacy for the legal aid law, working to do legal aid. We have our Pro Bono Act, of course, as advocates, but if we are working as NGOs, we need to continue to do legal aid. We have to advocate for the passing of the legal aid law. This is particularly important because this act or this bill would establish an emergency fund to offer legal aid for returnee victims of gender-based violence. The director of the Uganda Human Rights Commission again said that when we talk about prosecution, do we have jurisdiction? At what point can Uganda support the embassy there, here she meant UAE, to bring an action against the abusers and perpetrators so these girls get justice? We have seen these girls and women who came back, their organs have been taken, and we cannot even trust the families they were in or where they were, and no action has been taken where they were. So it becomes a challenge when it comes to access to justice. At a minimum, let us have the legal aid law as a starting point. I mentioned the employment law, advocacy for passing of the Employment Amendment Bill of 2019, which proposes several ways to regulate recruitment and ensure protection of migrant workers abroad. For example, the bill proposes that a recruitment agency shall undertake due diligence on an employer before arranging the placement of an employee. Has this person, had 3 employees over the last 1 year, meaning that there must be a problem. Why are people leaving this particular employer? So we need also on our end here to advocate for the passing of the bill. Then there are also other bills that, are in the pipeline. Externalization of labor bill. Now that is the statute that, would come from as a strategy as a country. We need to have this law passed, as well as the anti-slavery bill. Slavery is back in different forms and faces. So we need to have our own law again on this issue. Generally, as we go out, create mass awareness on the existing labor, the regulations, the trends and patterns to inform aspiring migrant workers on safe migration and on the rights of migrant workers. Lastly, perhaps strategic litigation on behalf of victims. That can be direct, litigation for individual victims, but also strategic. If you have information, you have your labor attaches, and there is a section of the country where there have been abuses on Ugandan migrant workers. Can we do a strategic litigation on a systematic issue in a particular country? So the interjurisdictional comes in, but we can only do this not at individual level, but at organizational, institutional level. Of course, we need to be careful when the government is signing these MOUs. They don't want to antagonize our investors and our recruiters on the other end, but I think the voices of the minimum guarantees. So really, this is not exhaustive at all, but and really we could also be as innovative as possible and see what else we can add on this list. As I mentioned, migration is not stopping to going to grow. It's an emerging area, and for you as lawyers, it's an emerging area of practice. There will be more cases of disability, of migrants, returnees, issues to do with compensation, issues to do with death, more and more cases that are growing. How do we build the jurisprudence where we can work with our government so that we can get compensation for these cases? It's not enough for someone to come back and, you hear stories in the media, they lost an organ, or they have one kidney. I was about to say one liver. I think a person only has one liver. Yes. So, it's a growing area, and we need to sit down and do some strategic thinking and action. On an ending note, I think at the end of the day, with all these things, the buck stops with our leaders. The buck stops with our government, with our political leaders. We are signing these MOUs, we are sending our citizens out there. But no one will ride on your back if you don't bend. It takes for you to bend, and then someone will ride on your back. You can't say that they're taking advantage of us. They're taking advantage of us because we are not doing the minimum, okay? So the need for us to, at home, think about how to improve the circumstances of individuals back home, improve the socio-economic conditions, provide better conditions of living. No one leaves their home by choice. No one leaves their home by choice. People live because they are pushed because of the factors back home. I mean, why would a university degree holder, want to go and do domestic work? For what reason? But if they've spent 3 years on the street and they have nothing to do, they'll say, well, let me go and try. At the School of Law, we had a student who was in second year. Go and do work in the Middle East, second year law. Actually, we were doing this study, we came across him, a male student. What could we do? It was, he was by colleagues who said, no, he's no longer in school, he can't afford the tuition. And when we met him, we said, but do you want to come back to school? Can we start a campaign? He said, no, I will still not be able to raise fees for the second semester and the third semester. So what you can do is to help me get money to go to the Middle East. So we did that and contributed, and eventually he was able to go. Unfortunately, second year law student. So we need to think about the long term as a country. Is this a strategy that we want to build, or do we want to see how to improve? So perhaps yes, let us bend and someone will ride on our back with all these conditions, but let us as a country think about how to protect our future generations. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for this time, and I hope that it has been useful and that you've taken away something that you can do that when you look at this presentation, there is something that relates to you that you feel, okay, I can do this and I can do that, at least to advance the goal of better rights and also elimination of violence against women for migrant workers in the Middle East. I thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Zahara. And do we have any new questions, any responses from our participants at this point? And as we see, okay, Sheila Kasola, you're welcome.
Hello, thank you. I'm sorry I wasn't able to participate much in the group session. I was tied up. But thank you, Doctor, so much for the presentation. It addresses so many key issues that have been, I think, constantly been discussed in relation to migrant workers. And very important that I think we need to think outside the box and add more solutions that are more or less outside the box. To your presentation, allow me, if I may, I want to add just probably a few things that I think in other discussions that we've had people speak about that I think would also be important. There's been a discussion about the minimum wage bill. Now, why I think when we talk about minimum wages, it's important is we're now looking at the reason as to why most people are leaving the country. We're in a country where we do not have a minimum wage for employees. You will have a maid earning as little as 300,000 in a month. In this economy, that's the equivalent of having nothing. Now, I think also us as lawyers probably and government, it's important that we push for some of these bills, because if we have that minimum wage standard set where we're saying, based on the cost of living, this is an amount that is fair enough for young people to earn, we'll find that less and less of young people will leave, because at least they'll be able to earn something. So I think also as we discuss migrant workers, it's important to look at how do we stop the large numbers of people leaving the country, which I think now as the trends keep going, it's increasing day by day. And I think that is one of the key areas. I also looking at specifically the recruitment agencies. If we are thinking outside the box, I think addressing, probably what I'm looking at is addressing issues of when these ladies come back. Someone did mention and say that they come back most times with no salaries. They've not been paid for the time they worked. They have medical conditions, missing organs, or you find generally they come back worse off than they left. Now, it is right, we should not be pressing recruitment agencies, but I think if we are now dealing with agencies that are dealing with an international market, they should be able and ready to, to work at that kind of standard. So I would think, thinking outside the box, there's an obligation that even if an employee is working in, say, the Middle East, there should be an obligation that back here in this country, in Uganda, there is some sort of social security contribution to NSSF fund to ensure that even if where I'm going, there may not be that pension scheme for me, here back home, there's some money that's being kept aside. Now, the obligation should come to the recruitment agency, because at the end of the day, you are the one recruiting this person. You are the one taking the person away. You are the one aware of how much they're going to be earning, and you will have a control and say in how that money is deposited. If those deductions are made, I feel like when most of these young ladies come back home, even if it's a worst case scenario and we're saying they haven't earned a salary, or if they have, having that saving in NSSF also helps alleviate some of the issues that I think that they keep facing over and over again when they return and there's really no money. Then also probably to add on the issue of, forgive me, I have so many, just 2 more points. On the issue of representation, now we're dealing with, I think, issues at an international level. So even as we have to think about it at an international level, while there could be pro bono representation here in this country, at the end of the day, most of the perpetrators of these actions against these women are not based here. And you cannot, even if we were to take them to court, a recruiting agency, we take its directors to court and say, this lady came back, she was missing organs. And we're looking at it really criminally. Yes, there's an aspect of responsibility, but remember, he was not present when this person was cutting out a liver or a kidney. Now, I think maybe if we are thinking outside the box as lawyers, one, we could look at partnerships looking at the international bar. I mean, we're in ELS, we're in several associations, including the international bar. We should be able to look at forging partnerships with some of these lawyers practicing in these entities, in these countries, and be able to say that when there is a need, is it possible that we could form a partnership so that we can work together to see how to help? The other option on representation is that now that we have an association for recruitment workers, I think it is important that we have the discussion with them as FIDA and tell them it is important for them and for their agencies and their firms to have a lawyer in each respective country on retainer. If an agency is willing to pay a subscription fee here to be a member of the association, really they should be able, in that subscription fee, to add a fee to be able to pay a retainer fee to a lawyer based in Saudi Arabia, in Jordan, so that in case of issues, especially in respect to employees they've taken, they also have somewhere that they can go and actually have, access to sit down and have discussions with these people and have representation for ladies as they are there. Because while it is easy to look at representation back home, most times these situations happen not back home, but back in the countries where they're working. So I think that is something that could be looked at. And then finally, the issue of, I think a bit of more sensitization. Now, there is the training that's being given to the young ladies that are leaving. Yes, it has been said that it lacks a bit of information as to how to protect themselves, how they can complain. But then also, I think we're neglecting the fact that, and I think which is something Doctor has repeated, is that we have many young girls leaving this country not through recruitment firms. They're flying out of this country and somehow going to work in a different country without going through the formal procedures. Now, as the immigration authority and even as FIDA, I feel like there's something that can be done, because if a person represents a ticket at the airport and the point of destination, final destination is, say, Jordan or Saudi Arabia, and most times these girls are always of the same age group, they easily can be identified. It is important that at the airport, information is provided, probably say flyers in different languages, in Luganda, in Swahili, in English, explaining to them that in case of a situation A, B, C, D, in this country, this is a contact agency, or this is the missions number. In this country, this is a missions number. Because at the end of the day, while it is easy to work and track down the girls that have gone through the proper procedures, we also have to not forget that there are girls who are walking out of this country every day and they're not going through these procedures. So I feel like there should be that point of sensitization where we provide this information at exit points, so that if an officer can see a ticket and say, okay, there is this lady from the ticket and point of destination and from her age, I suspect she may be going to this place for work. And if she's not attached to an agency, it's important that she may have this information just in case. So thank you for your time. I'm sorry my points have come at the end, but thank you again, Doctor, for your presentation, and thank you, FIDA, again for this time.
Thank you very much, Sheila. Those were very, very useful, and I have been taking notes myself, so thank you. As we work to build this, this thematic area. Any other reflections from anybody?
Yeah. Well, I think that brings us to the end of our training for today. So you'll see in the chat there is a link to the post-training evaluation. So just like the pre-training evaluation, it's very short. please take a few minutes to complete that. And this is actually a new requirement from the Law Council as of this year, that they do require that kind of accountability to make sure that people have attended and have gained some knowledge in terms of the feedback that they provide for before and after the training. So at this point, I want to say a very, very big thank you to Dr. Zahara. I think it's really been such an enlightening morning for all of us. I think this has opened up so many discussions and so many points that really need deeper debate and more practical and useful solutions. Especially for us as FIDA as well, like what can we do? Because there are so many advocacy points that were raised, like why have we not even ratified the most the most basic of conventions that can actually make a big difference in the lives of migrant workers that we send out by the thousands. So I think that this has really been a very, very useful morning for us. And thank you to everyone who's attended. Thank you for the very useful contributions and the active participation, and also that we know that the information that you've learned today will be put to use and will be informing what we do next as women's movement as well. And so this is also to remind you that we will be having our next CLE training on Friday, the 14th of June. And this training will be on disability rights and inclusion. So please diarise this date if you'd like to join us again. And then please do take note and share with those that you know that these trainings are free of charge. Anyone can attend them. And we also make them available on YouTube, and we will be uploading this session shortly. But for those who wish to earn CLE points, there is a fee involved. So that is all from us, from the FIDA Uganda Leadership Academy for today. And we hope you have a lovely rest of the day and the weekend. Goodbye.